Thank you, Holland.
I think it was fine. Why am I
Let's see, sorry. And what thing? Here,
Yesterday. How was that long? The long day. When you go after that. 5 o'clock. Right in the night, I think for the first one, this city is powerful.
How's it going? The brakes. Well, it's 10 a.m. again.
But it's Friday.
That's true. I mean, so this is the class that you guys are most gonna remember over the weekend.
Absolutely.
Whoever comes next, gonna have to open the door, which is gonna be a sign of them being late. Put them on the spot.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to make the noise of like opening the door and looking at the.
Swearing themselves.
Well, no, imagine if they're late to a listing appointment,
Yeah.
they're done, right? A good sign. So what it means is you guys are doing very well. I was about to say sign up, but I guess you guys are being trained correctly.
Yeah. That's not bad.
But look, there's a person. Like I said, whoever comes and opens the door is gonna have to like make noise and you know.
I just came here to give you guys a big smile and happy Friday, everyone.
Happy Friday.
Let's make sure that an instructor was here, because
Yeah.
he was saying he was gonna go play golf or something.
They asked me if I was teaching the class, but what class? I'm playing golf in the morning. But thinking I couldn't believe it. All right. if any of you want to get a little closer, I mean, please feel free to, that way I don't have to yell so much. So, okay, okay. No, that's fine, let's have the lay people in the middle. You know, I come from a corporate background, so kindness is me. And I'm a little bit stickler about being on time. And also, in this business, being on time and being in the right place, a lot of times, is just the thing that you need. You win a lot just by that. And unfortunately, our industry has the fame of always being late. They call it a realtor's time, which is not a good thing to have. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead and get started. This is actually a good group. This is the first time that I see that you guys have stuck together. Usually the room starts full. And there's, well, you were last time, right? As the classes come, keep moving forward, we started losing people. So that's a good sign.
Are these like recorded? I can like watch the previous classes?
Yes.
Yes, I believe, yeah.
Where?
Just ask Colin.
Yeah. Should we-
He'll send me the link.
Is this your first one?
Yes, my first.
Oh, man, you put a treat. No. Bob was asking about who was the best instructor. Forget everything that happened already. I'll take on Bob. Let me give you a little bit of background about me, and I know that probably other instructors have asked you, but I do like to put a That's Sandra, by the way. Hello, Sandra. My background is well, let's start.
What is your name? I don't know.
My name is Aaron Alcides. Okay, I am part of the leadership council here at the office. I have a team. My office is the one right behind this room here. I have 3 other agents with me and a part-time assistant. So I've been in the business since 2014. So I came to this country back in '84, already was like 15, 16 years old. And straight from high school to practically 2 years of high school, I went into banking and did banking for 25 years. We're calling out the lay people now. No, sorry. So I, after 2 years of high school, went straight into banking and did banking for 25 years. The last 15 years, but at the executive level, and I was actually one of 4 executives for this bank, Malaga Bank, in this building. Yeah, and I always wanted to do real estate because I bought my first 4 units when I was 21 years old out of a bank. It was a foreclosure. And I just fell in love because I didn't know what I was doing. All I knew is that I had great credit, had a good job, and the bank put a 4-unit building in Rialto, way out there, in my laps just because of that. No down payment at that time. It was a lot easier to get foreclosures for properties that were distressed. You would just walk into a bank and ask them if they had it. Now, forget it. It's a lot harder. Now everything sells for almost the value of those properties. But after 25 years in banking, before coming to this bank, I was managing 19 offices for Comerica Bank. My office used to be right there on Hawthorne and Carson in that oval building. In the process of moving to Torrance and Hawthorne is when I actually went into was invited to be part of this senior management team at Malaga Bank. And you have to love what you do, but when you do things for a long time, sometimes you burn out a little bit. And I always wanted to do real estate, but my ex-wife wouldn't support the idea of leaving a $250 million job and going to commission only. So that was a big move, and you really had to believe in this business to be able to do it. So my ex-wife now, no, I actually, it went bad and then through that divorce process, I'm like, you know what? It's time for me to do what I want to do. Did the switch to banking, never looked back. Never looked back. Took me 2 years to catch up and to make up and to be back at where I was. And, since then, it's just been one, this business depends on what you make of it. It can be extremely rewarding. And, in my past life, my job was more working with people, teaching people, training people in customer service, sales. And so those skill sets are easy to transfer. And, having that corporate structure helped me that I'm here all the, I'm on my office. I have my schedule. I keep my schedule because if I stay home, I always find something else to do, right? So if you don't have an office, there's a lot of space here that can give you the structure of going to work. And when you come, of course, come and do the activities as we're going to cover. Today, we're gonna be talking a lot about open houses, but I want you guys to know that if you have a question about what you have already covered, or if you have a question about anything that you think real estate is, or anything that you're interested in, please, you can feel free to ask me a question. If I'm in the middle of a thought, just hold on to your questions because sometimes it kind of throws people off. So let's wait till the time for questions, and that way we can all benefit to, one, to hear your question correctly and to get a full response. So we're going to start from the back. What's your name?
Brian McCarthy,
Okay.
joined Keller Williams October 22.
And how long have you been licensed?
Oh, I got my license in, I think, November 21.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you done any business so far?
I am about to get a listing, possibly tomorrow.
Okay. There's nothing like tasting. The moment you get a taste for this business, you get hooked. So congratulations on that. All right. What did you do before?
I've done everything, I think.
Okay. What is your name?
My name is Liana Gazarian, and I got my real estate license December 19, and right away I joined company here.
Oh, okay, so just a month. That's mine.
Yes, I'm
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. I've done medical assisting before, fashion. I worked in kind of like a fashion business as well.
Okay.
And then makeup for movies and photography. So yeah, I've done a lot.
Yeah, I know. I'm boring. I only did one thing before this. What's your name?
Hello, Brown. I got my license in '93. And I worked for the city of Los Angeles for 36 years. Retired as a community liaison for the Los Angeles Police Department. And just been enjoying retirement, so I'm trying to come out of retirement mode so I can make some money.
Well, you showed the right thing. And I'm sure you know a lot of people through those years in
Live person, yeah.
yeah. Well, good. How about you?
I'm Suzette Banks, New York. And I have been with Keller Williams August 2022. I got my license, I think, in April.
Okay.
And before that, I still do insurance sales. That part with that part. And and I was tax. So I was like a Price Waterhouse in a smaller accounting firm, and then You know, you get married, you have kids, so I'm staying home. My wonderful husband over there afforded me the opportunity to stay home. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. So,
It's a family affair.
tell me, but I always do tax now. You can do that whenever you want.
All right, great.
No cells.
No, that's it.
Yeah.
But fine.
Chris Mayor,
I think.
Yeah.
Jim.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's not. You have to learn that, by the way, when you show the property and the wife says something, that's how it goes.
Second.
There you go.
OBGYN used to be with a big group here, so I. Quit that, became a OB hospitalist, which is kind of like an emergency. Getting older, harder for me to stay up 24, 36 hours, so I need to do something else.
My wife, those games.
Great speech. No, sure, actually, no, my wife is actually currently doing an internship for, Ocean.
Ah,
On Gardena.
that's what I'm trying to get my daughter, one of my daughters.
I mean, it's not too long, I mean, it's.
Yeah, I think really, yeah.
It's fine.
My name is Sandra Antonio. I got my license years ago, but then I decided to homeschool, so I didn't do anything until 6 months ago.
Perfect.
Oh.
And I was working with some buyers now. Next one.
My name is Bernice Galvin, and I was a social worker for over 40 years, retired, just in September of 2020. I've been a medical social worker, and I worked for state feds, everybody got the count. And within every VA as a psychiatric social worker, every VA in Southern California, except the one in Sepulveda. But you name it in Southern California, I worked at it. But I never stayed at one longer than 2 years. It seemed like after 2 years, I had the itch and I had to go, and I just transferred to another one. But I always wanted to be a social worker since I was 9 years old, had never had any contact with social workers, I just wanted to do it. And I did high school, college, graduate school, became a social worker. And loved it, but I always liked teaching people, so I got into financial services as a licensed insurance agent, licensed security, licensed person, so I would do retirement for people and college funds and teach people about money, but still, I never left social work out. Then I did leave social work, but people started calling me, and I got back in it and just stayed in it until September of 2020. I was a social worker for USC. When COVID hit, they let me work from home. That was perfect. Until, you know, when management changes, I'm like, you know, I don't need it. I'm not gonna be a team player. Why am I? But I had got my license in 2018, my real estate license in 2018, because I bought my first property in 2016. I loved it. I loved the program. I wanted to teach my friends how to do it. So I decided to get started. Fred Howard was my agent. He was my real estate instructor in school. And I said, well, where should I go? He said, why don't you just come with me? I'm like, okay. And I did one transaction in 2019. Did my second, I thought I would do real estate part-time. I didn't want to be coming to meetings. I just want to do it and show people what I know. 2000, last year, I did my second transaction. It was exciting because I was excited to help this couple. You know, but once I retired, I'm like, okay, let me just do this for them.
You know, that's the good thing about this business, is that, you never retire. Seriously, we, up in the hill, this is being recorded, right? Yeah. So, up in the hill, there's some agents, and we actually call them dinosaurs. Just because they, I mean, they literally converted, but and they still selling real estate. And why? Because they have this business for 30, 40 years, you didn't have to make calls. They can call. So that's the great thing about doing this, especially for you young. whippersnappers. I mean, by the time you're 30, you're gonna have an amazing business. Okay? You're gonna start seeing repetitive business here, 5, 7, by the 10th year, you really start seeing some repetitive business. The average person stays in their home 7 years. If you stay in contact with them, you're gonna be the one, they're gonna be calling and they say, oh, I want to sell my house and buy another one. And then you might go, gee. So it's really important to take care of those people that you have helped in the past. Okay, to have that repetitive business. And I mean, what's the heck? You can hire somebody to go show them properties, pay them per door, and if you can't do it, but you can still make money in this business. Yeah.
My name is Jennifer Trainer. I got my license in 2017, but I didn't join Keller Williams until this past October, 2022. And before that, I was in property management for 20 years.
Okay. Good source.
Yes.
Good for you to know. What's your name?
Brandon Crucier, and I just got my license in August, and I joined Keller Williams like 2 days ago.
All right. Just so you guys know, this course is designed from beginning to end to get you through in the first year. Now, if you follow and do the activities, it can get you to, I think the number was like 15 transactions on the first year. In this area, that's a lot of money. Okay, it's a lot of money. So it's really important that you don't become a student. So you become a practitioner. And by that means you follow the directions, you do the activities. This is not about the class. This is about the activities, the contacts, the cards. It's just all that follow-up. That's what's going to become. Stay in contact with the people that you know. Okay, and then reach out to the ones you don't, and keep maintaining them. And I mean, I cannot emphasize that, and that's why they actually last year, I think I taught 3 classes, and they only were 2 hours. Now they're making it 4 hours, so that we can actually bring back doing the activities, because we found out that when we say go home or go out and do the activities, for some reason they don't happen. So we want to be able to make sure. I mean, I guess the way I see it is a way to help you guarantee success. Okay, perfect. What did you do before?
I traded, and then I went back to school between August.
My name is Tim. I got licensed in August and joined Keller Williams just a couple weeks later. I have a background in music, teaching music in public school and performing, and pretty much it.
All right.
My name is Skylar Monroe. I got my license in November at the very end, and then I joined Keller Williams early December. I only just graduated high school in 2020. So I was still in college and doing my license. And I'm about to get my first listing in
Wait, I'm gonna give you a small little tip here. Become extremely sociable in college. Get their name, their number, and their email early on. Okay, that's gonna be your database when you're done with school. And that's although people that go to college normally tend to do a lot better, right? They're gonna have a very affluent database. But you need to make sure that they know who you are. Okay, don't go too wild, but just do enough that you actually we can all do things to be noticeable. We can all do things to be remembered. And that's going to be one of the things that I'm going to teach you today. How do people go to 5 open house, but you're the one that they remember? How do you accomplish that? And so open houses is my favorite class. And the reason why is because until COVID hit, I built a business just out of doing open houses. Well, I never had to pay for a lead. I really, I never had to do cold calling. All I did was follow up with the people that I met at open houses. And so, you know, it was a great business. Once COVID hit, I was like,
Oh,
right, because open houses were shut down. I couldn't do anymore. Well, I moved my office home, put a sign on the door, hours of business. That's my way my brain works. And I actually kept my schedule. I would go into that bedroom as it was coming into my office. And all I did was get on the phone and do care calls and call people and ask if they needed help with some, especially the elderly. I'm actually today, I'm gonna write an offer on the third property that I sell from the care calls to the same person. And it changed my business. It went through, I had 60% buyers, 40% sellers. Now it's like 70% sellers.
wow.
Okay? And sellers are, Buyers are a little more work. But it's also the fastest way to get paid when you're getting started. Okay, so let me see what we're gonna do here. Okay, so capture leads with open houses is what we're gonna be covering. Who can read that? Volunteer? Yes?
Nothing else about your business will have as big an impact on it as the number of meetings you have.
Okay, and I'm sure, because it's kind of hard not to hear Bob in my office. That people have asked you, how many contacts do you have? This business is about numbers. And if you read the Millionaire Agent by Gary Keller, he tells you, it's an equation that based on the number of contacts that you have, which are, you know, most of the people that you save in your phone, it's usually because you have somewhat of a relationship with them, correct? Or they at least know who you are. So when you get a chance, go on your phone, go on the contacts and go all the way to the bottom and see how many people you have saved. Your job should be one, to get those people into the CRM or customer management system, the command. That's the one that you get when you join Keller Williams. There's a lot of training tools. And for you to be able to take the leads and stay in contact with them, you need to figure out how to master that program, if that's what you use. Okay, I'm sure that everybody here told you before that we have different systems, and I have my database in command. I have it completely organized by categories. That's the way you should have it. People that are going to practically, you have A class, A, B, and C. C's are the people that you don't know if they're going to buy, that you just happen to have. Okay, but the A classes are people that have bought or done business with you, or going to do business with you in the next 6 months. And then below that are people that are going to buy in 6 to 12 months. And you can actually start tagging your contacts. As you get through your open houses and get the leads, you want to take each of those leads and assign them item to the system, and you add tag. Is it a buyer? Is it a seller? Is it a buyer and seller? Or also you can put source as open house. Super important for you to do that, especially that you're getting started. Okay, because of my involvement with the community in my previous life, part of my job was to sort of be like the face of the bank in the community. I was in like 4 different chambers, and I was also on the board for like 6 nonprofits. So what that did is my phone, when I came, we had like 4,000 people. You know how challenging it is to organize 6,000 people or 4,000 people? So if you start doing that now with your database, remember this 2 years from now, what I told you, you will appreciate it. Because you're gonna be so organized, and as you get new leads, you actually just don't think about doing it later. Those are the first things that you do. Monday, when you come back from the open house. Okay, add them to the system, tag them to where you can find them. I mean, I even, on my notes, I even put the property where I met them. I have the, after the break that we take the first hour, I'm gonna come in with my open house bag. Okay, I'm gonna show you, you're gonna laugh, but I'm gonna show you exactly what I have in my open house bag. And, because open house is such a big piece of this business, you're gonna wanna copy some of that stuff. Or, you know, what to throw in there. Because you're out there and stuff happens, life happens, and you wanna be prepared. Okay, so, I have all kinds of stuff in there, just to, because you never know what you're going to, what you're gonna need. So the importance is that, like I tell people even now, if you do open houses and don't follow up with the leads, please just spend the time with your family. Don't waste your time. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna spend on an average 4 hours, sometimes a little more on an open house, because if you do it right, you're gonna wanna show up on time, right? And you wanna like be. You don't want to show up after putting the sign, especially in the summer. I see people running around putting the sign, and then they go to the house and they're like. Want to give yourself that time to just be in center and the right energy. I will talk about energy because I'm a big believer in energy and how you show up. It's kind of like what people get, and how you connect with people is through that. And if you're not in the right mindset, it shows. Right? It's just like when you smile and you're talking on the phone. Do you think people can tell you're smiling?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Right. So I cover a little bit of that. I try to follow as much as I can the program, but what's really important is that you are in this, and this is what I like this program, and this is what I supported and participated in, is that you're learning from people. You're not getting theory, right? You're not getting, a professor goes and teaches business, but the professor has never had a business. So they're selling you, teaching you theory. What we're doing here, as staff producers of the office, we teach you daily what we do every day, what we go through every day, and the things that work for us. And the reason why I say work for us is because you can very much say, whoa, he's off. He's crazy, or what he does won't work for me. Well, you get the overall, and what you need to do is from each of the instructors, take a little piece of him, take a little piece of her, and you make your own little salad. Okay? Because it's once you put yourself in it, and you're authentic about it, that's how you're gonna come across, and that's what's gonna create some. I'll share with you some stories that sometimes I'm like, whoa, how did that happen? Oh, how amazing this business is. And to just one connection, one person that you meet can actually generate you hundreds of thousands of dollars. Okay? And I have a couple of those in my life that is like, I take care of very well. Because it's like, what do we call them, a money count? These are when we get started, this is the limiting beliefs that people have. I don't have a listing to hold open. Well, to tell you the truth, except for the 2 years that are going to start with listings, the majority of people takes them a year or 2 years or longer to get a listing. As a new agent, the majority is going to be working with buyers, and the reason why is because it's easier. I'm not saying that you can't get listings, it's obvious, it's happening.
Mm.
I got my first listing as a referral a week after I got my license. I'm like, I need nothing. And, good thing I had a mentor, right? So my mentor went with me, I just said, in the corner. He took the listing for me. And I got the buyer for it, so I double ended, it was a,
Oh my God.
it was a short sale, and it was the longest thing I ever had. Because there's nothing sure about a short sale. Okay, so it happens, especially when you know people and people trust you, like you. whew, That's where you get, that's where the business is, okay? So what can you do if you don't have a listing?
That's the very reason.
Okay, so the brokerage here. Ask that you ask agents to have listings in the office. Okay, in the past, we have done open houses for brokerages. Okay, there is a technicality, liability issue with doing listings for other brokerages. I'm not telling you not to do it, but just be aware that the liability insurance for Keller Williams does not cover you if you're doing an open house or another brokerage. Okay, that's the technicality, and that's why Simon, the broker, encourages to just do open houses for in-house agents. Okay, I won't tell you what I do, but and sometimes it depends, right? You might have great relationships with other small brokerages or things like that you know that you're okay. But in the beginning, try to see if you can get a list, an open house or a listing in the office. And when do you look for an open house, or when do you look for that listing? What day you think you should look for that?
For an open house, the week before,
Okay,
The Monday before the weekend.
yeah, that Monday.
not Monday, because that's when they start planning the open houses. So your first, like my team, if we don't have our own listings, their first job, Monday, is to get an open house. Right? If they don't have an open house by the end of Monday, that's what their first job is on Tuesday.
Look for
For house, yeah. So we got to the point where people call us to do open houses, which is great. And again, if you do a great job. By the way, they know if you showed up on time, if you open that door like exactly at 1 or 1:05, they'll know, because the Supra records the time you open it and everything. So you want to show up on time. You want to be prepared and they do a great job. Send them a quick report. So many people came and so on. If people make comments on the property, you want to do those things, because guess what? They're gonna like you more. If they have to call you on Tuesday, hey, you still haven't sent me the report on that open house that I gave you. You think they don't want to give you another one? No, right? So this business is about being true to what you said. And just and deliver on what you promise. You do those things with other agents and with your clients, you're gonna have a very stable business. I don't have signs yet. How many of you have signs here for open houses, personal sign? There. So what do you do if you don't have signs?
Borrow.
Okay,
Also on Amazon.
right, you can order them, you can order generics if you don't have brand signs. In the past, I don't know if the office does anymore, but the office used to have signs, first come, first served. They don't anymore. Okay, so they used to have them, they probably got beat up a little bit. So ask somebody else. The one thing is that when you ask for somebody else's signs, like my signs, I love my signs. I treat my signs like they're my employees. Okay, because because guess what they're doing? They stand in that corner the entire time directing people. So when I get them back, my team knows they need to be clean, they need to be stored. You don't leave them in the car, jumping around, getting all scratched. Put them in, you take them out. Why? It has to look good too. They want to put a bunch of dirty signs on the, I've seen some, oh my God. You can hardly read it, how dirty they are. You know, it takes a little bit of Windex, a little towel, and keep them pretty. Okay? This, what I'm telling you, is just good practices to develop from the very beginning. And it's gonna save you money too, because your signs are gonna last a lot longer and they're gonna look nicer. You're not gonna be, if you borrow them to a new agent, that agent is not gonna be afraid of touching because they're gonna be clean. So yes, you can ask other agents if you can borrow their signs. Also be conscious that those signs, by the time you're done with the flag, the sign, and the frame, they're about, well, now the new price is worth $100. Okay? If you lose them, just make sure you're responsible. And then the way, and this is what I say when I go off a little bit of script, is because it's best practices, okay? Make sure that the signs are not blocking everybody on the. I see some that they put them like literally on the middle, and I also see some kids go with their bikes and just hit them. Just make sure that they're on, you know, they're properly placed. And by the way, it's going to happen to you, and remember this: it's going to happen to where you run across the street, put the sign, run back, and you look back and the arrow is going the wrong way. So it happens. Still sometimes. So because sometimes you're trying to beat the light, right? You're trying to get in and you have to go back. So, you know, little things to look at, because now you're confusing people. And the chances of somebody getting there, you're gonna be like, forget it. You know, I wasn't that interested anyway. So just little tips like that are super important to just be, and that's why giving yourself enough time so you don't have to rush. Right? To me, sometimes I even go to the area where the cars are coming to make sure that they're like, you know, pointing in the right direction. Mine, so they don't get, because I see signs on the floor all the time that they fall down. I actually have weights that I put on the signs. So even if it's windy, they don't get because guess what happens? They fall into the street. I have one of my signs run over by a car. There goes $100. Okay. Or I see the markings on with the bicycles where they just run right over them. So placing and securing them is super important, especially if they're not your signs. Well, I may not know the answer from visitor schedule. What can you do about that?
Just study the house, I guess, before you go. Prepared.
Yeah. Perfect. Or you can partner up. I have great admiration for a young lady, Patricia. She's on her second transaction, doing yesterday now on her second transaction. Okay. Like me, English is her second language. She partnered up with, not to be by herself and to have help, partner up with one of the lenders. Sometimes the lender goes and does the open house with her to help out. Right? Would she have more answers than she does? No. So, I wish she was here because I would have put her on the spot. But she's relentless. I mean, she puts me to shame on the follow-up. She gives me somebody to help her follow up with, and she's like, "Go." She's holding me accountable, which I mean, it's great. And it's what you need to have in this business. Great. How true do you think this is? Open houses don't work because people look online.
Not very true.
Right? Even though, I mean, we have virtual tours, we have pictures, I mean, we have all kinds of stuff. Okay? Well, definitely not true. Open houses work. And I will take on anyone that tells me otherwise. If it doesn't work, it's because they did not do the follow-up. If it did not work, it's because probably they didn't put the signs or enough signs. So this is definitely a valid about the point. I will never talk against that. It's super important for you to feel safe. Considering the area that you're doing the open house, and what you want to do is also you want to study not just the market in that area, you want to study what's going on in the neighborhood, and especially for females, it's really important not to put yourself in situations where you can be in danger. This is just my personal opinion, by the way, and you can obviously do whatever it is that you do. I would highly recommend for women not to put their pictures on open house. Okay? Highly recommend. This is why. Creeps are walking on the street. They see a pretty picture, especially with glamour shots. And, oh, that's old glamour shots. They dated myself. Well, the filters. Okay, now with the filters. They see a pretty girl, even if they're not interested in the house, they might just go check it out. Okay, to me, that's putting yourself a little bit in danger. Okay, the way I protected my female agents is I put my picture on. They were not. I actually just rebranded it to even my picture out. And just a little more generic. People don't. What they're looking is the flag, the sign, and the arrow. They don't read whose name is in it. They don't read it. They're just looking for that, right? So just something to keep in mind, okay? Because it's crazy out there. There was one time that I actually had to go and kick somebody out of the open house that was harassing one of my agents. For one, I don't want to be put in that situation. Right, because you don't know what you're dealing with, and second, you don't want to put yourself in any kind of danger. But this is really real. Yes.
You said that you had to kick somebody out.
Yeah, I literally had to go in there. She texted me. She goes, "This guy is weird. He's not leaving. He's still, you know." And I was on another close by. Put a sign on the door. I'll be right back, and I actually drove over, and I came in and I said. So, you know, how things are, I mean, I diffused the situation and just made them leave in a nice way. You don't want to get confrontational with people either. But you don't know what you're walking into either. Okay? But just my presence there, okay, it was obvious that you needed to go.
I was wondering if you strong armed him or did you call the cops?
In another occasion, there was a homeless person who came that was not all there, and we had to call the cops, and they had to just walk them away. Yeah, so just share your location on the iPhones, that you can share your location. Somebody needs to know at all times where you are. And it's not part of it, but when you go door knocking, for accountability, for accountability purposes, and also for safety, share your location so people know where you're walking around. Okay, just and if you're by yourself, please do not go in and say, "Oh, come and see my house." Okay, I mean, unless you consider it safe, but if it's a male that is inviting you in to go check out the house, make an appointment and go back with somebody. That's just common sense, okay? Just safety. And that, by the way, goes for guys too. Trust me, it goes for guys too. You have to, people are kind of crazy and weird out there. Okay. So who benefits from open house? Yes.
So the question for the previous meeting, so you said that you make your team on Mondays, they have to find open, you don't have any listings, they find open house, how do they do that?
They go into the MLS, they look for properties that are listed, and then they start calling or emailing the agents.
Color properties,
Color properties.
doesn't matter what office.
Preferably this office, second choice, I mean, I'm sure they won't agree, but second choice would be probably another office of Keller Williams.
Do the insurance cover us as long as the Keller Williams office or only for this office?
For this office, for the brokerage.
Office specific.
Yeah, one thing that that I have is, I just have a liability umbrella for $1 million. on my team. It's not too expensive, and it gives me a peace of mind. Yeah. So who benefits? Sellers, buyers, neighbors, you the agent. I would say you the agent. I mean, all of them are benefit. What kind of leads do you think you get at an open house?
Mostly buyer.
Buyer legs,
Potential buyer.
potential buyers, potential sellers.
Yeah. The majority for me it's been almost 50-50. Because you want to, by the way, a lot of people say, oh, no see neighbor, no see, because the neighbors are the first one that like running over to see, oh, well, mine is the same model, but my kitchen is not like that. You want the neighbors. You know what the neighbors are? Future listings. To get their information, and if you stay in touch with them, and you provide them value, you're gonna be the first person that they think of when they sell. So all those are great. By the way, let me see. Okay, it's a little more ahead, but did you know that the main reason to do open houses is to get leads, not necessarily to sell them? Yes. You know what the percentage of you holding an open house and somebody walking in and say, I want to write an offer with you on this house? Take a shot.
I said.
2%. Okay, so. I mean, there's nothing wrong with putting, your mind into like, okay, I'm gonna sell this house, I'm gonna sell this house, don't hold your breath. But it is to get leads, to get future leads, okay, and to keep those leads, do the follow-up on them. It has happened. For me, it happened 3 times in the last 9 years. Only twice. In the last 9 years, where people have walked in and love the property, they don't know me from Adam, and then they end up making the offer. Yeah, so it's a beautiful thing, and you fall in love with open houses a lot faster. Okay.
May I ask something on that?
Yeah.
I'll just say I'm kind of surprised it's such a low number, but what is that, 72 sold? That program primarily relies on open houses.
Mm-hmm.
And just one open house, from what I understand.
Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with the program because I'm not doing it.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering what is it that supposedly, I'm assuming makes their program so much more effective than just holding a regular open house.
That first, I've been following it, and I did join it. In December. So it's not, you're really not holding an open house. The program is like the concept of the open house being on a set day. But you're trying to get, so the idea is like for the agents that see it, like the buyers that see it. You're walking them through the house before the open house. So the open house is 2 weeks late. 2 is from now.
Oh, okay.
And that's the only time we let anyone in the house. The public agents, we're not doing anything else, and we're only doing it once. And the next day, we're gonna present the offers to the seller. So if me as a buyer saying, wait a minute, I can't come then, but I wanna reach out to you. And then you reach out to your, okay, I'll give you that special permission to go, but we're going together, and then you do the whole script with them. So it's, it's not necessarily really going in an open house, you're just trying to get in the people's minds that, oh, the only day that it's gonna be open this day, and oh my gosh, we can't go, but let me reach out to Chris and see if we can go, and in between.
Yeah, so you kind of capture.
It creates the urgency.
Yeah.
They spoke about it the other day, so I actually just went online and put in the address on the phone. And I got the text, like somebody texted me, they were.
Yeah, I'm actually, I was at, last Saturday, I was at the, British Council thing. For a few hours today, talk a little bit about it, but not in detail. I'm gonna look into it. I do something sort of similar, everything that I list sells in 1 week, anywhere from 3 to. Longest one this year was, I think, 7 or 8 days.
That's the longest. Wow.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
because I do something,
Yeah.
it's similar, but what I do is I actually. Well, I have 2 listings coming up, I mean, I actually, I'll give you the update. You got me late. Plan had other issues, but they got the first week. One of her clients is interested in, model listing plans. Yeah, and the other one's another problem. So, I take the listing, let's say that one's $850. The marketing price for that listing is probably gonna be $788. I don't show it until the open houses. I do open houses Saturday and Sunday. Offers are due, even in this market. Offers are due. I would say by, Monday at 5 p.m.
Oh, my.
That allows me to generate, anywhere from 7 to 12, I've gotten as high as 26, offers. Okay, and then what I do is then I drive the price over the, in my client. And get them done fast. Okay, but I've done it so often that when I show the clients what I do, they're like, you see, that makes sense. If I'm looking to a client, when they're like the property, put it in the market, it's nice. Right, that's the biggest fight you're gonna have, 80% is the price. And they think it's worth a lot more. I told them, I said, well, this is what he says. And for the most part, they agree, because I like to price it better. I try to go a little conservative in price. And they said, well, it could be 25,000 more than that. And I said, well, the market is the only one that's going to put that. You might be right, and well, it could be more than that. But because I do it so often, is that I never had an issue for them now trusting me that this is what's going to happen. And after the markets started changing, I actually call that to the number. I would give them 7 to 10, 12 to 15 offers to be done. But I would hold it off until the weekend. And it's not just about leasing it that way, it's about the conversations that I was having with the buyers and the agents that were coming into the open house. They knew the property, by the time they left, they knew where I wanted them to come in. They knew at what point they were going to get counter. They knew what the property was worth and what I expected. So it has not, well, one time, because they didn't want to go with my pricing strategy. So the property did sit. That was back in 2018. Since then, that's what I do. And it works every time. I just wish I had if I had a listing a week, it'd be amazing, right?
Internet airtime.
Oh, okay. Okay. Everybody thinks my office is a freezer. Yeah, I put it back to where it was. So anyway, so yeah, I'm actually gonna look into that, 72 square.
Your ways sound very similar to,
Mhm.
like,
Yeah, I control, and by the way, and I do the same thing with even my, with my body. Okay, unless, if the property's not in the market yet, and I have somebody like, I was gonna actually allow her client to go. See it even before I photograph it. Just in case, that's that I would be open to. To take an offer of mine. And that's why it's always good to also network with the other agents and to be aware of what's coming up. And that's why we got the announcements in the meeting. Of what's coming up, just in case somebody has a plan, so you can go accept that. Okay, so pay attention when they say, oh, I have this coming up. Because you know, it might be something that your plan might like, and you know, you don't have to have a deal with all the competition. Okay, so the reason why I like open houses in my business was because they're inexpensive. All I knew is that I had to work Saturday and Sunday for, you know, 4 hours. Okay, 5 hours. And but my overhead, I mean, it was zero. When you start paying it now, I'm actually paying a little over $2,000 a month in leads, just buying leads. Okay. It takes a while to get to commit to that, by the way, because online leads, they take a little longer to warm up. So it's an investment. But the moment you start making enough money to where you budgeting is really important in this business, by the way, that's something I have to get used to. Because I was used to getting my nice paycheck every time. Then, you know, now you get a listing, you get paid, you understand, like, oh, okay, I'll just pay. You know, I got all kinds of stuff, right? Pay that, but that doesn't. When's the next one coming? So budgeting is super important. Don't put yourself in a situation. I learned after the second time because I don't like points. So the moment I you know, get paid, like just get rid of debt. Next thing you know, it's like, oh, I have to survive the next couple months until the next paycheck. So that's gonna be super important. But so yeah, you know, and that's why until COVID hit, I was not spending a dime in my needs. And but now, because I have a team, right? I need to feed them leads. So when the leads come, if I'm not available, usually I take the first shot at trying to get on the phone, and then I transfer it to one of them. Or if I'm not available, I immediately transfer it to one of the agents, depending on the area. I have an agent that lives in close to Compton. I have an agent that lives in Lamira, and I have an agent that lives in Redondo Beach. So depending, sometimes in the area, we can relate better. I transfer the leads accordingly. Okay. All right. You guys know what that is? Return on investment. So high ROI. Why? Because the only investment you're doing is your time. So it's very high. And the leads, why are the leads qualified? Qualified lead.
Well, they're not necessarily qualified, right? I mean. Right?
I asked the question. I said,
Why are they?
why are the leads at an open house qualified?
They've already shown an interest because they're there, right?
Oh, okay.
So it might be 3 months, it might be right now, it might be 6 months, it could be a year, it could be 2 years. The thing is that they're interested in real estate, and let me tell you something. The difference between cold calling, right? In cold calling, you take a few blocks and you get all their information and you start calling one at a time. Hi, I'm the local professional. Okay, kind of like what Bob does. He does a lot of cold calls. It's not random. When you're following up with people that showed up at your open house, these are people that are going like this, me, right? They're raising their hand, but going to the open house and saying, I'm interested at some point. That's, you're gonna determine that as you do your follow-up. So that's why it's super important. But somebody can share something that they picked up so far, yes?
I have an So I have my sheet that we did at open house, we did had in whatever. But I've never put the neighbors in command. So these put the neighbors in command.
Follow up with the neighbor.
Yeah.
You know, the activities that the education can do to add 10 to your database. A contact is a name, an email address, a home address, and a phone number. Or any combination of that. Your job is to add contacts into the database. Neighbors that go to, did you know that statistically, if a house sells within, I can't remember how many blocks, but it's within a very quarter-mile, I think, of that house, there's 3 other houses that are going to sell, right? Do you want to know our neighbors?
Yeah.
Absolutely. In the past, what I've done is when do open houses, is I send a postcard as an invitation to the open house to the neighbors. Another thing I've done is I do a neighbor pre-showing. So from 12 to 1, it's when the neighbors are invited to come. Okay, and then the open house from 1 to 4. They like the extra attention. And what you want to add to that is maybe a little raffle prize that requires for them to do what? Fill out an entry form. And what do you have in the entry form? A big sign that says, to qualify, you need to complete the following information. Okay, so and that's how you capture more leads. Now, check with the office. If you do some of those things, because when you now saying there's going to be a raffle and stuff like that, there's special verbiage that needs to be on those flyers for legalities and things like that. So always check with the office.
Would you say there has to be what on the flyers?
What?
There has to be what, like it's like.
Like,
It's a small print with a disclaimer of the price, when the price is going to be a raffle. I mean, you need to have those specifics, just like a fish steak. You don't have to small print. So raffles are like that. You need to have that information on the flyer. Okay. I'm a true believer that after 45 minutes, people start losing their retention. So we're gonna take a quick 5-minute restroom break, and we come back, and I'll go to my goodies. Unless somebody else has another comment or question to ask before we go.
oh, I do. So you said you get leads in Dido here or another area you mentioned, Bellflower?
Well, right now I'm buying this in Torrance, Redondo, Manhattan Beach, Lomita, Long Beach, Bellflower, Compton,
All of South Bay.
yeah.
So you might think, so we're in LA, Baldwin Hills area. So if you ever had, Kevin over there, we're so close, we'd be more than happy to do it.
Okay, then we can talk about that.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. See you in 5 minutes.
Question, how would I get onto that MLS? I have to wait till orientation, like.
Okay, so you need to go to the best person to Holland. Holland, and she can give you everything. You need to go to the board. Have you signed up for the board of the association of Robert? Okay, so you need to join the Sabah Association of Realtor or the PV. Whichever you prefer. And you pay to have access to the MLS. And they actually also sign you up for the super. With your phone, they'll be able to unlock the door. So.
No. Bringing the babies into the world today. That's my.
Thank you for the class.
Oh. I don't believe that you get burned out on the, just the hours, so much, probably exactly.
I got my MBA, finished, I did a residency, internship and something else. That got me. Did I finish marriage at the OB, which is in the city, right? I'm all I have is fire.
Yeah, my baby is, my oldest was born in 80. So she's 43 now, so that's 38 years. My baby is graduated in her state, and she wants to do labor and everything.
It's interesting, I just started. Covering I call back opportunities. Person is able to do a surgery or something. Another hospital. Now, one over there.
I would really. That's a trip. So she did her 20s maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really.
It's actually, it wanted, it was so sick.
It's your name again?
Yes.
Charlotte, sorry.
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
Somebody in their 50s.
Doing like the online program.
Yeah. Do, trophies, I see for dad. I'm like, sheets.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. Like I saw that in the store.
Oh, really? Sound bad?
Yeah.
That's true?
Oh, yes. Oh, so you got like.
Nice, yeah.
You're cooking? Okay, so.
You know.
I don't remember how much.
Those are like questions. Not super ordinary. I know. So frustrating. I can tell it's like sometimes their email address would be like purposely. I think it seems like I. Or just only. I didn't notice until my last. Is your potential listing from an open hour? Nice.
I'm sorry, I want to know what the reason, I heard the questions, I didn't really understand.
Oh, I see.
Okay. No, well, in the beginning, that's the best, friends, families, parents of friends, you know, those are the low hanging, fruits, and that's how, you should start. Don't bug your friends to where they start avoiding you, but make sure that they know that you are doing real estate. And when you talk to them, don't talk about how bad it is to get on this, to get water. Yeah, because a lot of people go and complain about the business and how, how they're like, nothing going on and how hard it is, and then they're like, will you buy from me? Not used to anything, yeah, but you want to use your house, no need. Right, no needy. You don't want to be the person at that party that makes you coming and everybody goes. Be in relationship. Okay? They know you in real estate. And the better you carry yourself, the most likely that you trust you with it. Okay? Don't go talk bad about your office, don't go talk bad about your other agents, just go, avoid that. You're a professional. Okay? And present yourself that way, and you'll see how like people would trust you and never talk about your plans. Because if you talk to your clients about your plans, they know that you're talking about them and your other plans. And there's nothing that can ruin your business, then when it's not. Right, like everything else. Right? It's a relationship. So, yes.
I had a question. So when you're putting contacts into like command, for example, what do you do like? Because I have like couples that come into my open houses and they just put like their first names, like John and Sally, and all the last names. So how do I put that in? Should I just put the first name?
You can, or you can just have a letter that you use for most of them, that you know that letter indicates that you have to get the last name. And what you do, I mean, you want to try to get as much as you can. And I'm gonna go get my bag because I forgot it. I got distracted. Open centers, let me show.
Yeah, if you go to like unknown or something like that, the last name, and then you could search later, the like unknown, and then like everybody, like it's like, oh, I need to get all these people, so here's an unknown. Oh, wait. What do you say?
The street of the house.
Oh, you.
Where it was, yeah.
So that's why I know it's where.
Nice.
And you can call it title company and, have a profile.
Or that,
Yeah.
If you have the- yeah.
So, we'll go through this. I'll share some of the stuff. By the way, some of this, I'm gonna pass this books, which is kind of like what I use for people to sign in. Okay, and what the beauty of it is that it has a little sign that says, and it has another sign that says, okay, and this just sits in front of the. Right, and I'll walk you through how I do it, how I engage, how I have the conversations.
Yeah.
We got plenty of time, so. And I will leave at least 1 hour for you guys to do the activities, okay, the calling and all that. Because I opened escrow on something yesterday, and there's stuff that I need to do. But I'll pass this out so you guys can look at it. It's very nice and, formal. Okay, and the beauty about it is when people sign in front of them, to show them privacy, and also to check if they give me all the information I need, I go and flip it over. I see people have like, in one sheet, have all the lists. And what happens? Everybody else can see their information. And just that in itself can discourage people from giving you the right information, or discourage people from even signing it. Okay? So I make a point of telling them, oh, I make it obvious, like, what am I doing? Already protecting them. And you take it up. This business, a lot of it is what people believe, the belief system that they come in with, and how what you do to a team staff. Okay? Trust it, earn.
Yes.
There's little things that you do to be able to get people to trust you. And so it's like, looking at people in the eye, right? Like, oh yeah, thanks for coming. It's better than you go to them and say, By the way, thank you for coming in today. Please. And where I want to direct them? I literally go to the door, take them, and I walk them to where my book is with the big sign that says. Okay. Some read it, some you have to tell them. But that's the other piece, making sure that they sign in, because if they don't sign in or they don't give you the right information. Stay home with your family. So you have to learn how to get their information as well, yes.
How do you make sure that they're giving you the right information, or that they sign, like, why is everything you say, oh, you have to sign this? What do you, so some people ask me, like, why do I have to sign this? What do you need my information?
Oh, you know what, I usually don't get asked that.
The owner.
I've been asked.
The owner.
Owners required.
Well, that's why, you know, and sometimes I switch the sign depending on what reality I'm getting. But I mostly use visitor people sign in. COVID made it almost like okay to be asking for people to register.
Yeah, that is true.
A couple of times when people have asked me, I think they say, you know, in our office. Yeah. What do you say? Okay. That's a guarantee that they're gonna give you the information. Even if they're smiling at you when they're signing, it's still nothing in the things you're gonna do. Okay. So it's in the. If you eat. Okay, why do people do business with you? I like you, and they trust. They like you, and you trust. So how do you win people's trust? In that little bit of time that you have. So I know when to ask them to sign in. At times I don't ask them to sign in when they come in. Just based on what I read, when I went and extended my hand. How quick they pull it back. And this is something that you're gonna learn in this business. Okay, be able to read, and there's a, by the way, I'm addicted to books. And there's a book for everything. Okay. Reading body language, like Keller Williams, if you guys haven't done it, do the DISC assessment. I don't know if. Okay, the DISC assessment is about your personality and how that relates to other people and how to approach other people based on their body language. Or based on what they focus on, or whether how their mind is wired. What are you gonna say?
No, I just said I did this.
Okay. What are you?
You're high.
I was I.
Oh, the I.
But in the DISC? Okay, so
I was between like D and I, like somewhere D, but it
Yeah.
wasn't mostly I.
I'm 90 years.
Yeah.
D,
Yeah,
I,
yes,
yeah. C.
Oh.
So this talks about your personality. A D is a very direct person. You know, I got to this thing where I pull out my bundle of stuff about presentation. And the D, well, this was a doctor. The D says, we don't have to go through all that, where's the contract? And I go, you know, button, that was easy. But okay, the problem is that it's hard to establish a relationship with somebody that is so direct. But if you're gonna communicate properly with them, you better find a way to directly, you know, say what you're gonna say in a rich version, a short version of your presentation. But if you go like that to somebody that's an I, what's an I? An I is the the influencers, but the people that like to party. If they're gonna do business, they're gonna have a conversation over a happy hour. And I mean, it's a different animal than a D. Crazy enough, I'm 98 D, and I also scored 99 on I. About 17 C and S, meaning they have absolutely no attention to details. You know how much I like paperwork? Zero. So I did not, and Simon, I hope he doesn't look at this video, but I did not learn to do paperwork until my third year. It was what did you get for it? My TTD. what DC helped, I used DC from the beginning, which they say, do the deal, the first couple of deals together. Yes, that's the
How'd that
recommendation.
go?
Okay, so I part of, after my first or second deal, which I was getting help from my coach and the mentor, that we had, that I fired. And that's part of me, but because I can, and then when I came in today, I was gonna tell you, what kind of instructor do you want? You want to sugarcoat it, or do you wanna hear how it is? It's business, okay? If you're waiting to be sugarcoated, so you're not gonna be as successful as if you just know exactly what it takes. Because this business is not complicated, and China is famous for doing this. This business is not complicated, okay? But it's not easy. The paperwork is the easy part. It's routine. Just you have to be careful, make sure you follow the guidance and listen to the broker, right? So. But the hard part is getting the client. Influencing the client, getting the trust, and for them to buy into you and to trust you that you're gonna get them and guide them to the right property, so that you're gonna get the most for their property. How do you get them to trust you? To where you tell them, by the way, I'm taking the listing at $1,050,000, but we're gonna put your property on the market for $998,000. That one, I got him 56,000 over appraised value, which I still, the last time you took this course, I had just closed on that. The buyer had, at that time, that was one of the last properties that I sold over the appraisal value. Now buyers are getting a little smart, they're fighting back. Yeah. So, yeah, it was 56,000 over what I had taken the listing for. So, anyway, but that's trust. What builds trust? So they tell you, Sandra, you just show up to the listing appointment, and I'm gonna ask you, so Sandra, what do you think my property is worth? They tell me. So where do you came up with that number?
Because of the original unit.
Yeah, so you can give too little, or you can give too much information, and that's the difference between them believing you or not. Okay, so the other part is how you deliver that response. Has everything to do with them believing in you. So they ask you, well, how much do you think my property is worth? Well, I was looking at the MLS, and I saw that some of the properties around here are selling for this, for that, and I think that it could be between this and that. But now that I see it, I'm not too sure if that's the right number. So let me take a look again. I think maybe we can come up. Does that sound decisive? No. Okay. So how you respond to that has everything to do with it. Okay. So before coming here, I did a thorough analysis of the market in your neighborhood. By the way, I'm glad I can see the property now because I looked at the pictures of each of the ones that sold, and you are like in better shape. So based on that, and based on this report right here, this is the evaluation. What did you have in mind? Okay, now you know if you're gonna fight, or if you're like close to where you're gonna settle. The trick about this is to get, see, now we're on listings instead of what we're doing. Okay, so the trick of this is to actually find out from before you go on the presentation, what do they have in think of the number?
Yeah.
I mean, and some of the things that I do is, because I don't want surprises, I check Zillow, I check Redfin, I check Realtor.com, I take all the numbers, I do an average of the three. I mean, I'm prepared for any possible hook that can come to me. And if they see that, they ask you, well, Zillow says that my property is worth $100,000 more. I'll see what's that. That's responsible for that. Oh, well, you can't trust, no. Well, a big company, they sell real estate. But you can't trust them. You can go with them. You have to address that even before it gets to you. So that's the difference between America's comfortable. And you know what, I did not see that.
Well, what would you say? Give me an example, so I can.
Well, in reference to that is what I just said, but based on the thorough market analysis that I did, and after seeing the properties that sold in the neighborhood, the square footage is about the same. The condition of her property definitely is better now that I see it. So this is the price based on this report. And we deliver with authority.
Yeah, but they say Zillow will bring to that 50,000 more.
Oh, well, you know what, that's really interesting, because I do have that number here, but also Redfin has 450 less.
There you go, that's what I need to know.
And then Realtor.com actually has it in between.
Okay.
So this is what I did, look, I did an average of the three, and that's the part I was
It out, okay,
right? And then I throw in the MLS range.
okay.
So for being prepared has the difference between somebody using a, because the moment they throw something at you that you don't know, you go into the and you lost it. Okay. So preparing, you don't, and that's what I tell my team. I say, if you don't practice your scripts, now you're gonna make a call and practice with my client. And you know how much one of those practices is gonna cost? Based on this market, $25,000. That's the commission for $1 million, right? So I pay too much for the leads for them to waste them practicing on my clients. And that's why it's important, preparing. So you don't practice on your plan when you go do a listing presentation. Yeah, a lot of people actually practice calling physicals. They practice calling the expires and the cancel. Guess what they don't do? Practice a listing presentation. And the listing presentation is one of the most important things that you gotta master if you ever want to become a listing agent. Because one thing is getting the lead, one thing is getting the client. But how do you know they're not interviewing 2 or 3 that are better than you? How do you come as the one they choose? What's going to make you different? Well, from the moment they tell you they're going to meet at 1, I'm parked 10 minutes at least before my appointment. Guess what I'm doing? I get you now.
But that's good.
I'm getting my mind in the right state. Because somebody pissed me off driving there, I don't want to show up still stinging. Or if you had a fight before you left home with someone, you don't want to show up with that energy. Right? So if you have a song that just puts you in the right, play that song on your way to the appointment.
I can run from girls.
Yeah, sure. If that works, hey, so, I retired, so I started. Anyway, just whatever works for you, but the one thing is that just to me, centering myself and then my energy is how I'm gonna show up. And I don't know if you believe or you don't believe in that stuff. I do, and I get to serve. Okay, so I'm not imposing on anybody, but what I'm saying is that whatever you believe in, I'm not a religious person, I'm a spiritual person. And we all have different choices we believe. And that's important. So to me, putting myself as, it slows me down to be able to do the matrix when they come at me, right? It's just, I'm serious. You just, like, you almost see it like in slow motion when you're in the ride, when you set up properly. So what do? I guess you kind of think, you mediate that, and then come up with your response. Don't ask me how it works. Okay, so best practices. Here we are, we're gonna get all set. With the goals, and this is what should go on in your mind. This is what should go on in your planning. So for open house. What's your goal when you go do an open house? Leads, how many?
Everyone walks with it.
Oh, nobody showed up. You did an open house and not one single person showed up.
Didn't do a very good job. Just go home and come back tomorrow, do it again.
Market.
Outdoors.
Market.
Okay, Margaret, huh? So,
Can't you go out on social media?
Yeah. yeah. I mean, you want to, what you do is you want to do a video announcing your, by the way. People like, or look at videos that are a little wacky and crazy. Be careful how much you push that. Because you don't want to come across the wrong way either. Especially, we're dealing with a higher market in this area. People are more sophisticated. So you want to be always proper, but yet you can do a video saying, hey, I want to invite you to my open house this weekend. I'm going to be at this, this beautiful property. You can show some pictures. Do that. You can run a small Facebook ad in the area, showing your listing. But the point I was trying to make, where one person showed up to the open house. So your goal should be to capture that one person. Because I preach this to my team all the time, okay? Because trust me, I do open houses all the time. It's my favorite thing to do. And I still to this day love it. Because if you don't love it, when you're sitting on that chair or standing in that house, not love it is going to show in your face when people come to the open house. You gotta love it. You gotta like it. And that's what I did banking for 25 years because I love it. And now, you get to fall in love again. I love what I do, real estate. And show my back. Okay. I bought the rights to a couple of books. So I display some, depending on the area, I display some books that I wrote. I have 5 different ones. Okay, not cheap. This is for later. I got a displaying a buyer's presentation. This was a little expensive. Because it was a whole rebranding of my team. Okay, and it has practically the whole buying process, which is what I offer to people. I try to get the appointment at the open house. A lot of times I call my wife and said, hey, I'm gonna have a showing after. Because what do? I have a list of the properties and I'm going ahead now. I have a list of the properties that are available, the properties that are open, the properties that have sold. I got intel. Okay, because if anything comes to me, I want to be impressed of how knowledgeable I am. So I tell them, I say, look, in half an hour, we can go over this process and you can convert to everybody. Okay, and this watching from, I even have like a movie. Oh, I have the 10 commandments here. Okay, what not to do when you're getting qualified. You don't go buy a car, you don't go buy furniture. Things that you have not do. And then I also have even a movie checklist of the things that they need to have. So how about you? Okay. So when So this right here. That. They have the entire process for them here, and I tell them, I said, so I'm gonna let you know where we are. As we open escrow, you'll know the entire time what's next. So, and I have this one with me at the open house. Also, please, what is that, Brooks, just my team. But you know, we have so I have several of those, but sometimes if people really ask for it, I sometimes give them away, but unfortunately, each of these little things is cost like $6. Let me see. Oh. My money. I have little giveaways. Now, if people come in with agents, which is something that I look at this book when they're registering, but and that's part of me having that sitting there, right? By the way, if you ask them to register, don't be weird about the silence. Because the moment you say something, they're like, and they going back, they have second thoughts, sometimes they don't give you all the information. Let that weird silence and have them fully sign in. Okay, and then the question is, by the way, if you're working with an agent, make sure to put the name there. Or I trick them. I don't ask them, are you working with an agent? The answer is yes. I go, oh, by the way, what's the name of your agent? Oh, they can't make up a name fast enough. Yeah, that's how I get it. So it's really important, right, to be able to ask the right thing, because if you give people a way out, they're gonna take it. So you ask, what's the name of your agent? Oh, what's the name and the company name of your agent? They can't talk this up. So they're actually gonna be more truthful. And so after they're done signing in, well, I go and show them how protective I am of them and protect their information. I look at what do I need to get? If they give me a phone number, after the tour is over, after we come in out, I go ask, oh, by the way, what's the best number? I don't ask them for their phone number. I ask them for the best number to get a hold of them. And then they're most likely to lie if you let them write it down on their phone. So guess what you do? You write. What's that number? If they're lying, it's harder for them to lie on this paper. Then you get the number. Okay. But and then on the notes here on the bottom, I go ahead and write anything that they told me. They have a kid, have a dog, the name of the dog, the name of the kids. Because when I call them back, I'm gonna mention those things. Okay, and what that shows, and trust me, you're not gonna remember, so you better write it down. So the moment they walk away, you write anything that you can think of in the conversation. And that's why I say, some people, I ask them right away to sign it. Depends on the first impression. This one, I order like, I can't remember how many, but I try to give them away, especially if they don't have agents. Okay, and if they like, if I have an awesome conversation with them, I include a branded pen. Like I said, somebody's status for later because you need to lead with revenue, like the MRA book says. I'm just trying to show you what's possible to have. Now, if you have the means and want to do it, just order this in bulk and they'll let you know. But I have a mask. I still carry masks because of what happened. An elderly person comes in and because they need to protect themselves, they want to use a mask. I said, hold on, then you go get my mask. Guess what that is there? I freaking care. And guess what that did? Just right. I have the best interest in mind. So always offer to do it. Or if people are walking in and they're young, but you know, especially the Asian community, they still wear a mask when they go to open houses. So if I see them coming, guess what I do? I grab my mask and I go, we like to wear it. I hate wearing it, but do you want to wear it? I would, right? So that is another thing that they take us instantly. They like you. And what did it take for them to, for you to be their agent?
No, like and trust.
No, like and trust. Well, they don't know you yet. So you're going for trust and like, so. But, you know, if the older lady comes in and you let. Wherever she gets in, I'm gonna come into the house. Yeah, usually she'd be like. Away from you, right? It's fine. You'd be, I mean, you'd be amazed, and that's why. When I chose to invest my weekends in building a business around open houses, I just simply chose to do it right. And the reason why I like teaching this class is because nobody teaches it this way. I look, and this is just me being straight shooter. Do you know why I share everything I do? You know why when I teach the classes, I give it all out? And this is gonna sound a little rude. Getting your head started. Nobody does anything. So if nobody does anything, guess what my competition? I'm saying this for a second. I'm saying this for you to be the ones that say, you know what? I'm gonna prove it wrong.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write this stuff down and I'm gonna put it, do it. So I wish I got more of that. But that's why I share my books, I share my, I mean, for one, because people don't do it. And that's when I say, don't become a student, become a practitioner. Here's people here, their idea of doing real estate, they come from another class. You're not in the business until you have a client. Right now, your goal should be to get a buyer or a seller. Good job. Good job. Yeah, family is the first ones to hit. Good friends. You know, you go to church. I mean, in a nice way, because you're not supposed to be doing that stuff at church. But they need to know that real estate is what you do. So more stuff. So I got lotion. So the last thing you want is like really rough hands when you're extending your hand out to somebody else. Well, after you go out and put the signs, your hands get dry and you know you're moving stuff around, you're dealing with stuff, right? Wash your hands with some lotion so you clean and properly. Okay, I'm a little bit of a neat freak. So a utility knife. And the reason why I use this is because you never know, you might have a bottle of wine to open. No, at the open house. But actually, this is weird because I usually have mine. Mine is branded with my logo on it. But guess what? People sometimes ask, "Oh, how big is this room?"
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I'm not sure if my bed is gonna be here. Oh, let me show you. Okay. And sometimes they say, you know what, my couch measures this, they're coming in and they want to know if the couch is gonna fit. Well, you can take this number and now I have an app for that. You just point with the little thing and you just roll it to the other wall, it tells you the measurement. So always keep this. A utility, I mean, a knife. I always carry ties because this is what happens. Your signs break from taking them in and out of the car. Right when you need them the most, it breaks. And by the way, if you ever use one of these things on your signs, don't do this. I see that all the time in driving nuts. Sometimes I feel like pulling over and just having it for because no, I mean, you know, so you tie your sign, your sign on the frame, please cut that. It's just not, it looks nice, it looks professional. So I mean, I got these things right here. And the reason why they have them is because sometimes there's doors that don't work too well, or there's a gate to secure open. You know, like if it's a community, you can, erect this with, get really quick. So, I mean, I won't show you, but I have a marker in case I need to write a last minute sign giving instructions on the whole thing. I usually have those made on the computer printer and put it in a little plastic, so it looks very nice and professional. I have tape. I got this tape. The reason why I have this is because sometimes there's certain people that come in, they want to point out every little thing that is wrong with the property. So guess what? I agree with it.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And I go, that's right. It is a brand new home. You know what? I'm gonna put this here because they're gonna send a contractor. We don't take care of that. By the way, when we're going to West, we're gonna create a long list of all those little things, and this thing's gonna look like it has chicken pox. Will you trust me to represent you?
Yeah.
You wanna be that thorough,
Yeah.
right? Is that valuable?
Yes.
If you're looking to buy and you don't want a house that has a bunch of little defects, now be careful, okay? Because sometimes people have crazy expectations. Okay, because the showing, Sandra's laughing. Are you thinking of your clients? No. So you want to have, like, on a brand new home, this is totally acceptable because the house needs to be delivered. I mean, pristine. If it's an old beat up home, it's a different approach. I mean, you run out of tape. So, by the way, the other thing that I have in here is, somebody can take it out, because sometimes my team uses my bag. Oh, a stapler. This is Brooks stapler, mine is blue. I also have a roll of toilet paper. Because a lot of houses, if they're vacant, a lot of houses don't have. Here. So when the houses don't have toilet paper in the bathroom. And just as remember this one, okay? When you go and want to do an open house and the house is vacant, please check that the water is on. Just in case you have to use the restroom, but just in case somebody's asked to use the restroom. Because there are some interesting stories. Okay, and I know it sounds funny, and not funny when it happens. Okay, so these are more like survival tips. And the reason why I have all that stuff is because I never know what I want to need.
Yeah.
But I'm ready. Okay, so on setting goals, the one thing that I tell my teammates is this: all you need is one. All you need is one. Meaning, all you need is that all the people that come to an open house, all you need is one to agree with you. All you need is one to trust you and like you. All you need is one to agree to do business with you. Okay, so if only one comes, you're gonna do everything you can to make sure you capture that. Okay, because it's in the numbers, right? I mean, yeah, if you have, well, the problem is that if more than 10 people come to an open house, it gets harder to get in relationships. I have open houses where I've had like 60 groups come through. You know how challenging that is? Keeping the house is vacant, which is great, but if the house is occupied with owner stuff, last time we ended up with a line. Actually, this is not long ago. In Compton, we listed our property. Took the listing for 525, put it on the market for 488. got 12 offers on it. I have a line around the garage with people waiting to come in because there was a lot. Of course, you tell the owner, you get rid of all valuables, get rid of this, get rid of that, and they don't do it. So now I have got an agent upstairs and an agent downstairs, and we're controlling the traffic and letting people in at a time. Because if everybody walks in at the same time, you lose control. Okay, so it's really important to think about that. And also when properties are 2 levels and they're occupied, you might want to partner up with someone else. And that's where the liability part comes in. Okay, so you go to somebody else's, some other brokerage's open house, all of a sudden the seller comes back and says, oh, my diamonds are missing. That's when we run into a problem. Okay? So and that's why I have had open houses where I have had 3 people. Because the house was just big. And then divided like, you know, different areas. And that's why you have to take charge. When people come into the house, I literally, some people stay hidden in the corner and wait for them to come in. I seen it. I went into an open house as a buyer. The agent looking out the window on the phone. Say hi. Hello. Didn't even turn around. What in? What out?
I'm so sorry. My school is calling. I gotta go pick up my son, but
Oh, okay.
thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Enjoy everyone.
Right.
See you.
So
Do you engage with the folks that come in with at an open house, and especially with like a multi-level, more than 1 story? I mean, do you talk them and are you constantly behind them? Do you just kind of sit back, let them go look where they want to look? How do you do it?
okay, I engage 100%.
Okay.
I don't do open houses. I give tours.
Okay.
So I can fully charge from the moment they walk into the door. I don't stay in the corner. My phone is put away. Full attention. Okay, I walk in. Normally, by the time I come to the door, I kind of know already who's in charge. Sometimes the house is very rarely, but I have. And so I'm gonna direct my attention properly to both in that case, because I don't want any issues. But I'm gonna identify who's the decision. When I direct facts, when I'm socializing, it's with both. When I direct facts, I go to the person that I know is the one that decision maker. I go to the door, welcome. Thank you for coming. If they have kids, you better get down there. What's your name? If you ignore their kids, you're out. And if they have a dog, it's even worse. Acknowledge the dog. Write the name of the dog. Pet the dog, it's not too dirty. It's just how you relate immediately. Okay, and then I simply go. I don't have the flyer with my hand, by the way. The flyer is sitting right there next to my book, but they're gonna sign. I go. Oh, by the way, I'm very proper. If and I'm telling this story, and I still haven't figured it out. This last year, I think it was like 65% of my clients are Asian. In previous years, we 90%. Why? Don't know. I started reading, I started looking into the culture, I started looking into fun trade, I was just like, I wanted to know more, and I wanted to know what I was doing, be attracting Asian clients. Then, of course, I take everything I learned, and now I'm ready to like be me, right? Trying to connect better with them. I think I tried a couple of times. I felt extremely unauthentic, but not being authentic. And I said, screw that, I'm just gonna do what I'm good at. I'm gonna mess it up. Okay, so sometimes it just happens. I, I'm here to question it anymore, it's just what it is. Okay, so the moment I get up and pet the dog, I go, by the way, you're looking at 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, nice open concept. Let me give you the dollars here. Depending on what I write. Oh, let me show you around. Oh, let me show you the features of the house.
Do you let them come in with the dog show?
If this, it depends on the owner. You ask those questions, okay? If you're doing, especially if you're doing on listing, I always tell them, if people want in with dogs, can they come in?
Right.
If they say yeah, fine. If they say no, then if it's a small dog, they can carry it.
Or we'll put them outside.
Right, or they take turns by coming in.
Right.
It's all communication in this business. Okay, you communicate with the clients but you better communicate with the people coming in. So I have, please come in. Well, the book is there, my flyer is there. I grab the flyer. And I hold. Please sign in. I don't ask you if you want to sign in. I don't tell him, can you please sign in? Do you want to sign in? No. I go, please sign in. Smile. It's saying. Huh? But I do it depending on the reception here. I might just go and grab the flyer and say, well, here are the details on the property. Let me show you around. Don't follow them, you're stalking them at that point. It's weird.
But tour
Yeah, you leave.
You want to get there early enough to open the closets. You don't want to go and open the closet and suddenly there's a dead body. No. You want to know what's in the house. You want to know if one time the house had the soft closed drawers. Oh, okay, I got that. Oh, look at it. I said, look at this myself. Well, I don't know how the heck they missed that one drawer that didn't have the clothes. That's the one I want to. It wasn't really. I started laughing. Okay, so I told him, I said, let me show you all the other drawers I have. It just started laughing with me. Okay, just because I have just found the drawer that they forgot to put the soft clothes. And I slammed it like boom. But there was a connection. Okay, how do you deal with it?
Right.
Huh? I just real quick tell them, I said, look, I'm not wrong about this. Then I put up the other one. That's laughing with that. So anyway, so I grab the flyer and I just give it to them, and then I tell them, we're gonna go here. Be careful when you're doing an open house, a couple comes in, one goes one direction, and the other goes the other direction. Depending on the areas, sometimes they have organizations, they're trying to distract you.
Yes.
And if the house is occupied with owner's content, be careful. On that kind of stuff, I'm very direct. I said, I'm sorry, we need to stay together. Kids coming, running around. I said, can we also get the kids first? Polite. You don't have to be mean about it, but you have to say it in a way that is confident, authority, yet nice, not disrespectful. Because if they feel in any way or form disrespected, you're done. So, and I just show them. I mean, I show them the kitchen. I show them what if there's new, like I do a lot of new property, and I show them the latest, microwave that it actually pulls out instead of opening, and to have like the dishwasher, how it's brand new inside. And I mean, I'm a showman. I show them exactly what a house can be.
Is there any particular personality type or that you would kind of make an exception for, where you would kind of like let them run?
Yes. If they come with their own agent,
Okay.
I ask the agent, Would you like me to give you guys a tour, or would you like to do it yourself? Now they can go on their way. There will be that person. Literally walking like this. I just want to look around. Okay, great. Well, let me know if you have any questions. But when you're done, I said I'd like to show you a couple of really cool pictures of the house. And what you do is you just position yourself in a way that you can actually have. Again, if the house is occupied. Very different when it's vacant, because I mean, if they want to run around themselves, yeah, fine. And also, if I have, let's say I have 2-3 groups. Coming. From those, I go upstairs, I say, I'll be right back. By the time I get home, especially on the 3-level crown home in Redondo, my teeth go like this. I'm tired. It's going up and down and like, oh, I mean, you feel it, okay? So women, ladies, yes. Please go find yourself some proper shoes. Okay, again, you're gonna be doing a townhome, stairs. Please, prefer to wear pants, do not wear a skirt, because you're gonna be leading that group. I'm just saying. You can turn up, if it's a couple, right, and they're following up, I actually let go of one of my team members because I couldn't get her to wear the right attire. Yeah, well, no, couldn't be part of my team. Just because I have a dress code. My brand gets represented a certain way, and it's not gonna be because people are going to business because of how you look or what you show, just not correct.
I was gonna say, I've heard that you're not supposed to like really lead them, you're supposed to trail behind for like safety reasons. Cause like you don't want your back towards strangers and you're like, say you're going up the stairs and they're behind you, it's like unsafe and.
Well, it would depend also though, I mean, if you have a family coming or if you have a couple coming, it's very different than it's like a, you know, interesting character comes in by himself and. Yeah, you might want to, you know, make a little bit of, that would be the way to go about that. But for the most part, you want to leave it. Because it's really awkward when people go into the bedroom and you're like right there. Because now you have to move because they're gonna come right by you. And now you're following them on the other room. No. I show them the closet, I show them, I mean, I find things that I can show, or I create a tour when I get there. Okay, so I would say yes on if it's like a single male coming in looking a little suspicious. And that suspicious is, you know, we all have a filter, right, of what that is. And then for your safety, yeah, you might want to just like, you know, keep a distance. I'm there. Full contact. Okay, so by the time I'm done, if they didn't sign in because I thought, it's actually just real quick. Well, one of the people that walked in, let's say I want to write an offer on this house, was this couple from one is from England and the other is from Belgium. They walk in. I say hi, and they're like, kind of like, hi. Like this, and they just kind of like, almost like went around me to look at the house. I get to follow them. By the time I get to the second floor, I can't even remember what I said, but I had him laugh. I had him smile. Okay. And they were telling me how they're, you know, looking to move for some foreign buyers with a little more of a challenge with the loan. And I told them about another property that looks similar to it. They said, oh, you do have that, yeah. Here, it's actually open right now. Why don't you go see it? I go, by the way. And that's what I always say, I think my business guys by 2,500 at a time. And the reason why I do that is because when I meet somebody, or when I have a buyer's meeting, I always give them like 10 business. And I tell them, this is your ticket to the next open house. So when you go in, you don't have to register anymore. You give them my business card. Get invited to. They're not sharing their information with anybody else anymore. I got it. So. Small little thing. But when, if you're a buyer and you come into my open house and you say, oh, here's my agent's business card. You're gonna have to sign in? Probably not. Yeah, so that's why I ordered my business cards in them a lot, because so that's what I did. I did this them, I did get their information. But I sent to the other open house, even though they had not agreed to be my clients. But I told them, I said, look, if you want to do all this stuff in the next open house, here's my business card. It's got I'm your agent. They did. Next thing you know, I'm in the balcony, there's nobody in the house, and I see them coming back. And I put that balcony, I go, how'd they go? From Bumble back. Well, we want to take a look at this one again. Well, come back, you know, I'll be right down. I run down this time, second time around. I went with an engineer, so he had to look at everything. So they bought the house on Voorhees, right behind Merritt Real Estate, was one of Merritt's properties. So the thing about that is that at times, you just like, you know, you don't just confront people, you find a way to influence, and by the way you behave is the best way to influence anybody's energy or anybody's way of being. At times, you know, it could be maybe they're uncomfortable, maybe they're hungry. I mean, what do we go there? We have all kinds of issues going on all the times. So when we talk to people, we don't know what they're going through. We don't know what they're doing. So what you have to do is just be there, and that happened. So go to Tony Robbins. Everybody knows who Tony Robbins is, right? Yeah. TonyRobbins.com disc /disc and do the disc assessment. Okay. And your question about what kind of personality or all that, well, by you understanding who you are, it helps you sort of with the approach of other people that are not your personality. In other words, I like to talk. Okay? If I'm dealing with somebody that's a D, that's very direct, and one that's short, now you're gonna go with facts. Don't go telling stories. You don't want to hear stories. Huh? But if you're dealing with an I, yeah. So if you're dealing with an I mean, you want to go, we are the champions, right? So you want to go and relate to that. Oh, by the way, you know, after this meeting, let's do a happy hour already. Social people. I mentioned happy hour twice already. Okay. It's my mind. No, so yes.
So for, if the real estate is coming to an open house, by themselves, how do you approach that?
If I'm real estate.
So I went on a bunch of open houses and I tried to do them, but I go in and sometimes I get that, I have that experience where the agent was sitting on the couch. And literally just let me walk in. I didn't say I was an agent, but they literally said, just were like, oh, take a look. And I was like, okay. And then after I went in, I was like, well, I'm an agent with Keller Williams, you know, I'm just out previewing all the houses around. But I was surprised, I was like, it was eye-opening, because I was like, I don't know if I would ever let anyone just wander through my own personal house like that. I was no, why?
Well, but that's the thing, that's what I say, when that kind of stuff happens, when you do that kind of open house, stay home. You know, stay with your family, or spend time with your family, unless they want you to there, but it's like, I mean, you have to do this right. Okay, so yeah, I mean, and that's the story that I was saying. This guy was literally looking out the window, texting. I say hi, he said hello, hi, but he never even acknowledged me. Never even turned around. Well, then he didn't even realize when we walked out. Sad. He didn't know I was an agent. I was very completely capital, and you know, I couldn't make that by. And that's why I like to teach this class, because yeah, if you don't do the little things, I don't care how many open houses you do. It doesn't matter. Because you're not gonna be good at capturing the information. Learning to capture the information is super important. The confidence in asking, okay, and earning the right to ask, super important. Earning the right to ask. Because if you earn it, people are gonna definitely give it to you. All right? Anyway, pick the house. So when are we gonna pick the house? Monday, Tuesday. So what kind of house? What do you think would be a good candidate to contact? Huh? It's vacant, well, you have a better luck of getting the open house if the house is vacant. Because now the agent doesn't have to convince that the agent is trusted. Right, because there's nothing there. I mean, if it's my listing and I don't know who's calling me to do the open house, I'm gonna have an issue giving you the open house. So vacant homes are better. What else? From the office, what else?
Near your specific area. So that you kind of have an idea of the neighborhood. So like if you're focusing on Torrance.
Yes.
Places you really know, so you can answer questions like what kind of restaurants are around or things to do.
That's very important. The only problem with that is that it limits the number of people you can contact for the open house. But yeah, the first choice should be your area of interest, the area where you farm. Okay, and you want to put as many signs as possible with your branding and your name on it. You want to put it all over the neighborhood. So minimum, I say 10 signs. Minimum. When I do my own listings, I put at least 20. But it's gonna be signs all over the place. It just shows the presence of your branding. Yes.
How many do you put at a single corner? Like there's 4 options, like.
Right.
I've seen people do all 4 and.
And not necessary.
Two or is it one, you just one per corner?
Depends on visibility. Depends on which side is going to be more visible. If it's a little bit of a curve, then sometimes I put it on the center divider if there's space for it, right? So I usually I put them on the most of the time on the same size, unless it's just not going to be visible. They want to cross the kitty corner, or not on the same side. There's times if it's a busy street, I put 2 on one side and 1 on the other, meaning I get one right. I walk before the intersection and put 1 so they see it ahead of time. When they come to the intersection, there's another one, and then there's the other one over there. Have you seen people put like 10 in one? If the house is right there, like that's what's important. When you're picking a house, make sure you pick the ones that are closer to major intersection. Because if you have to lead people through like 10 blocks and go that way, it's a lot harder than when it's right there. Okay, so you want to find the properties that are vacant. And sometimes when people do open houses that are not with the brokerage, what they do is they look for agents that are far away. There's a lot of times agents list properties and they might be in Orange County. The properties here. That's how I used to do it. But it's they don't want to drive all the way out here to do an open house. It's just one way of doing it. So picking the house is important. Prepare and practice. You guys, as you do these classes, you want to be able to practice this kind of conversation. Play, I'm going to see the open house, you're gonna give the agent. What are you gonna tell me? Make up stuff. Let me show you the table here. Let me show you the. Don't practice on open house. All this stuff, look, I hate scripts, but I do them because they're very helpful. So super important. It's not definitely not my favorite thing to do. But you have to do the scripts because that's what gives you ammunition, it gives you wording, it gives you I can never do a script verbatim. I can't, you put me to read a script, I'm gonna mess it up. I look at it a couple times, I'm making my own. But you have a guideline, you have an idea of what is it, and once you put it in your own words, it means a lot more to you. Okay, so that's super important, so practice. Pick the time. Yeah. Pick the time. Okay, if you do it on the weekend, unless you have a party to go to, do it earlier. There's not a lot of people looking at properties earlier. Unless there's a church like next to it, that they go to church at 10, and they get out and then they want to go see it. But if not, 1 to 4 in this area is the right time to do the open houses. That's when everybody's out looking at open houses, right? Unless you're doing a neighborhood open house, then you want to do it before that. So the time, don't reinvent the wheel if it's already there. Okay. Prepare stats. What is that? Well, remember I was saying I have a list of open houses that are available. I have the list of the properties that are on sale. I have the list of properties that have sold. Okay. What that allows me is I have information at hand. Sometimes I keep my computer open, depending on the area, because you don't want to leave it just laying on the desk and they can come in and run off with it. It hasn't happened, by the way. Yeah, so your purse, please, your purse, please find somewhere to put it in one of the cabinets or somewhere where it's not just sitting in there. Right, okay, you don't want to tempt anybody. Just your phone, either keep it with you or put it away. My suggestion, always have it with you. Always have it. And if you're gonna be at the open house, at least for that time at the open house, have it unlocked. In case of an emergency, you don't want to forget the code at that point, right? So, like I say, it's just safety tips. Okay, so these are things that you can do for safety. Okay, by the way, leave the property the way you found it. What I mean by that is that if they had that one of the lights on, pay attention. Pay attention when you get there. See how they have it. The reason why they have one of the lights on is because they don't want it to be too dark at night, right? So when you turn off the lights, keep that in mind. The more you do that, the more people are going to trust you with their open houses and give you more. Okay, if you turn the air conditioning on and leave the air conditioning all week on, that's not going to be good. Or the heater, leave the house. By the way, if the house is too cold, figure out how to turn on the heater, but please remember to turn it on. The last thing you want is people to walk into a cold house. Okay, cold houses don't sell. Warm and cozy sell. So make sure the heater, figure out the heater, and just make sure you turn it off. At the end, you don't want the heater running all week, especially when it's cold. Okay. Arrive early. You park on the street. I mean, right? Imagine like the trainer that came here, right, for the in case of a shooting, what to do, or office situation. Well, when you go to an open house, okay, if something wants to happen, what's my escape route? Just do that ahead. I mean, you might never have to use it, and I hope you never do, but it's always good to be preparedness is key. Of course, we're always going to be safe. Now, I'm curious because apparently, oh, there's nobody. Okay, so it's just a computer on with probably Holland. Because I just realized that I'm the addressing it, there were people on Zoom.
Oh, then it's not on Zoom right now.
Oh, it said
I'm reporting it.
Oh, okay.
That's from my understanding, I think.
Yeah. Because on the daily calendar, it said live and on Zoom. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Oh, okay. Good.
Can I ask, you were talking about, you had The couple that came in and said, I want to put an offering. Did you just, just dribble it up right there when they said, I want to do it, or did you make some kind of a thing?
Oh, yeah, you can't, you can't do it there. Now, what I do is I normally set a meeting for later that day, on top of the open house, or the next day. Okay, because at that time, they were still looking for financing. So I actually brought him in, had a meeting with Chris. At the end, it's just this year that I'm taking the loan because they had a better for foreign buyers. It was selling in Martin as part of the down payment. So, you had a classy Aston Martin. So, yeah, and brought him in, wrote the offer, submit it. Yeah, you don't want to put yourself in a situation like that, especially when you're new. And yeah, what you want to do is, okay, what do we set up a time? And then you get your mentor involved, or whoever you can grab that can help you. Because they will ask you questions that you don't know. Especially, and when you start doing the purchase agreement, it's not until changing it that you always question. So you never really ask. You have to stay educating yourself constantly. Very important. So and that way it gives you time for you to prepare for the meeting. Is the last thing you want is how you're talking about writing up when all somebody else comes in. Oh, yes. When you have your own listing, there's those people that come in and go. Yeah, be careful of that. It's super important because what I tell people when they want representation or do representation is the only advantage you're gonna have with doing this with me. So when I get all the offers that I'm gonna get, you're gonna be able to know what number it would take. If you really want it. But all offers are percent. You're not lost a license. We're not setting all offers, we're trying to sneak their signal. No.
I was gonna say, when we were on the safety page, personally, I just think that the most efficient one is the buddy system. Like my mentor was saying, she never goes without her husband, and the ones, the open house that I've held, I've been going with either my boyfriend, my mom, just somebody there. And I think especially for women and stuff, I feel like that's the most important one to do. And even if you don't have a family member, a husband, or anybody like that, you could always do your lender. But I was just saying that I think that's the most important one to have. Because I probably would never do one by myself.
And I totally agree with you. Now, it's really a matter of, some people feel okay doing it with themselves. And a lot of it is the area is taken into consideration, where the house is, right? So a lot of plays in it. But yeah, no, I know people that they never do it by themselves. I also know a lot of people that do. So I'm talking about referring to female agents. So it has to do with how you feel more comfortable and how you feel safe. In this situation, it's definitely about you, right? And or door knocking. A lot of people, use the body system to go door knocking, which is it's important. Now, one important thing is have a clear expectation of what's going to happen with those leads if you're doing 2 people doing the open house. Especially if you're on a mentee program. People say, oh, well, we're going to share the leads, we're gonna this and that, and next thing you know, they're upset with each other over that. So when you use it with older agents, have clarity, either you take a couple of accounts now, the older one takes a couple of accounts next, because when it gets into now we're gonna do the things together.
That's why I was trying to bring my family member and my boyfriend support.
That's a smart move. When you start making money, they have to take care of them, make it work their time. But when let's say 2 of you were to partner up, because now you have a mentor and you have a productivity coach, right? So what guess what you just did? So the transaction now, dividing the 50% with the other agent,
Yeah.
then you're taking in. Your mentor probably not gonna be very happy that now you kind his stuff in half and he has to do all the work. Your productivity coach is gonna get the 5% up there. So it's just, it gets confusing and at times people end up not like each other. So just to have clarity is really important.
When you say that, like, if it's like two agents together, right, and you're saying like, splitting like couples, right, so you take one couple, the next couple I take, then you get the third, fourth, and then do you just kind of make notes, like, okay, I have, John Smith and Sally Smith, and then you add, right, then you could just, after, these are your leads, these are my leads, right? And then, but up front, you kind of discuss that.
This got clarity from the very beginning. And that way you don't have to depend on the other person, if that person is following up with that person, you're following up on your leads. Okay. You're fully responsible for that. By the way, people always do it the other way, I don't recommend it. That's just me though. Oh, because of what I just say, that for one, it gets confusing, and at times, one person is doing all the work and the other one is not contributing. I mean, there's so many factors for your agreements and other stuff that other people don't understand. So,
My husband, I read yours.
well, then, I mean, that's completely.
But his really hurt. I go. It's okay.
So, I want to be like him when I grow up.
You're doing like a posting with your mentor, is it a 50-50 or is it just the mentor fee?
Okay. And yeah, that's a conversation to have with your mentor.
Oh,
To me, this is what I do when I'm, if I want to take one of the mentees out to do an open house, they come in to observe and learn. Okay, if they feel confident enough that they want to welcome somebody in and give a tour, they can do it. But I make it clear that they're there to learn. Leads are mine. Now, if they want to do an open house on one of my listings, of course, I will give them the open house. I think go ahead and do it with someone else. Yeah, sometimes when I take team members on, my team members on, now, absolutely. We'll go ahead and share that. Okay, it's different. Yes.
So if your mentee has a listing, and you go and assist them on that listing, then they get that full commission.
Yes, what we get is the mentor. Right now, I'm working with Patricia on her second transaction.
She's
It's amazing.
Yes,
It's amazing. I difficult as it is for the language in the second. She's killing it. She is killing it. And so practically I'm helping her with the negotiation. I'm doing a lot for this one case, I'm doing a lot more than I normally would require to do it works. And the one main reason why is I love her work ethic. Normally I wouldn't do it. I normally wouldn't do it because it's not, you only supposed to come to them and or to consult and to ask questions. No, if she gets a lead that only speaks with English, I help her make the call. So, and the only reason why I do that is because, wow, I see somebody with that work ethic. And that, I wish it was here, but that's a total compliment to her. Okay, and that's the only reason why I do it. And because I'm actually doing probably more than what I'm doing for my own teammates. So, and that's just. Look, one thing I asked at the beginning, I'm gonna ask him now is this. The reason why I like to share and I like to teach is because I wish somebody would have taken that time with me when I first came in. I mean, I was sort of, okay, savvy, I have the banking background and everything, but I wish somebody would have kind of sort of like pray with me a little bit. Because it's important, and so what I'm saying is, the reason why I share so much is because I hope that when you're in that position that, you know, you have a great business, that you give it back and you pay it forward. It's super important, it's just great karma. It's, I mean, and there's, situations just like I was describing with Patricia, that, I mean, you just do it. You just, I mean, you look at that and you just, how am I gonna give you less? You just don't, okay? All right. Like I said before, if you're not gonna call the people that you get at the open house, don't do the open house. The chances of somebody coming in and saying, I want to write an offer with you today, 2%. That means that you have to do 200, I mean, you have to do 100 open houses to get possible to, if you're good. By the way, that's if you're good. Remember, when we talk about numbers, when we talk about cold calling, by the way, cold calling is 2 to 4%. That's one, right? So, and that's if you're good. If you're not good and you're not practicing your scripts, if you're not doing everything that you're supposed to do to get ready for that, that number goes down a lot more. So it's important to follow up with people. So this is a summary of what we have done. Remember, we're talking about posting it online, the open house. Now, you want to run a small ad. You know, have the command, you can learn easily how to do the flyer as well. So just get prepared. Have they given you a lunch period? No? Okay.
No, you know, like a break like every hour and then only like the last like.
Oh, we've been going for an hour and a half already. That's right. Yeah. I'm so sorry. Please take a break. I haven't even noticed the time. I just realized I thought. And then when we come back, we can go ahead and pick it up from here. And then I'm gonna try to wrap it up around 1, so we can go ahead and go into the calling daily success. Yeah. Okay. But I mean, I have shared a lot on what actually happens. And this is what I say sometimes. You have to read this stuff. You can read that on your own, okay, and not in more detail. But getting the actual meat and potatoes of this is what we actually do out there. Okay, so please take a quick break and recover. Okay, we'll be back in. Okay, let's be back in 4:45.
Excuse me, we have one screen. We go back to that, the Monday, the Wednesday, we want to do it. Thank you.
You can find my phone.
Actually, this was happening, open up, but all of them on our own, so the agents did let me walk on in and make it food. Look well.
I was kind of conflicted in terms of, I wasn't quite sure whether, I mean, he said, you know, he gives a tour, or whether you're gonna step back. In the way, we just kind of.
Well, okay, so they have once. Not sure. But I said, would you? And when I think about it, where people live in. You know, it's like, you know, and you're supposed to be there, you know. I could go to my house, I tell them this, all along.
Yeah.
And I was like,
We've never done one when someone was in the house. Yeah, well, we've done everything. I was just nervous about, Chris walking behind someone because he's tall and stature, like, they might feel.
Yeah, be kind of intimidated, yeah.
He said, he walks, he leads and walks around.
Right. I think when I do one, do an open house, that's, probably that might be whether, but then when it's a place with stairs, because I'm high and my own house is there, I'm slow and but that would be the thing, of getting there early, so I'll know probably anything. I mean, why don't let's go, we're gonna go upstairs first, and that's the first one on the right, you know, because I'm not gonna be taking my time up there, and they behind, and they're that slow and that kind of thing. No, I'd rather that them go get up there where they are. And so I think it would be a different thing. As I'm listening to him, I appreciate him sharing the way he's sharing what he does. So that's helping me, who's never done it. But I've been through a lot of they really gamble. And I can see what he's talking about, speaking of what you said, and but he can see you lose a lot. You know, I've been to open house. I beat the agents now.
Yeah.
The place was open. You know, you know, signs on the street and everything. Get it in the place, open the agent 97, where she comes from outside. Oh, yeah, I'm really. I'm going down the street. You know, I'm all fire.
Honestly, in the middle for working, even as you're, are you here, like, so the door chimed downstairs, second door. So she went next door and got Tracy. Because she went to the door, she walked into the backyard and she tried the door in the lock. And the sensor got off and she started looking at Tracy. Tracy was on the counter. And fall out of the wire. Where are your daddy coming from?
That program he was talking about, and I knew this much about how they yeah. And you know, just to get folks in, and then I think there'll be one guy. Will get a whole lot of awkward.
They charge a card?
I charge my client.
We charge a credit card?
Okay.
Okay. They didn't have the right information. Yeah.
Remember, I got some. Remember, I said, I'm gonna be one that's my guy. I mean, it's not to go do that. That's what he did.
Well, you know that there's a solar that not gonna use It's disabled, it's 9. With 3 minutes for 800. Yeah, there's a 3-minute group and there's another one. Yeah. Let me show you what it is. All right.
I know by now we need a snack, don't we? Yeah, when it was 2 hours, it was. I mean, it's hard because there's so much information to cover.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it's, you have to be a little thorough in this. So 2 hours was just didn't sing enough. Before it used to be it's almost a whole day thing. It's a lot longer.
Wow.
Have you guys been coming to every single one of them? Or, yeah, oh, it's good.
Yeah, pretty much.
Most of us have.
Yeah, this is my second one. I started. Thursday.
Okay.
My second day.
Yeah, we usually do it, it's two or three times a year. So the next time around, I mean, you could easily go into the recordings and.
Right, that's what I did. I had the first. Then I had. Did I?
Okay.
That's good. I can just watch it over and over again. Go over.
Does anybody else needs water? I have water in my office, if you guys need. Well, which, maybe I should get one.
Aaron, I have a question
Yes.
on the open houses. They sign in and the question, are you currently working with an agent and they respond, yes. To the, that's no follow-up with it, or no?
No, I don't.
Okay. You get your house or whatever.
Yeah, I'll cover that.
So you,
So respectfully, you can still follow up. So,
that's gonna be covered, okay.
yeah, one of the things that, who's missing? Okay, we're actually like, so, one of the things that is, really important is that you want to be respectful. If they say yes and they didn't put a name, okay, it's very different than if they put yes and they put a name. I still call them. And that's what I do. I call them and say, well, at the open house, before they go, I make sure to let them know that either myself or my assistant is going to follow up to say thank you for coming to the open house. So they don't suspect a call. And that puts me a little bit on the hook because if I don't do it, I'm a liar, right? And my assistant doesn't call, so they don't call. So I'm the one making this call. So the way I call people when the agent said, you know what, I wanted to really thank you. I appreciate you coming to the open house. I say you make the time go by a lot faster. They usually gotta do all of that. It's like, you know, when people don't come, man, those open houses are long. But when you're busy, time goes by really fast. So I tell them, you know, I really appreciate what you think about it. You should talk to your agent. If your agent has any questions, have them give me a call. Guess what I'm doing?
So,
Uh,
rolling, see if there's a talent.
correct, correct. So, now if I know the agent, or the name that they put, then I say, oh, by the way, I got it in great hands. Okay, because I'm planning to go behind me and say, oh, well, you know, let's see, I'm calling you. Yeah, you want to be respectful. Okay, so, we don't want to cross those lines. But there's no reason why.
No reason to at least acknowledge and thank them for attending.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay.
So, but no matter what. If they give me their information, that information goes into my system.
Okay.
And that information gets put into a container.
So I had someone who was. They walked in and said, oh, we have an agent and they gave you names. You know, kind of.
Well, no,
They signed in, but.
they normally do, if they give you a card, they do. The only reason why we do that is if we don't want them exposed to other people calling it, other agents calling. So that's just a little packet of you, you know, here's my business card, this is your sort of, your ticket to go to the next open house. And that's what I give them a few, because, hey, there's some agents that are pretty good out there. There's the ones that don't pay attention to you, but there's the ones that are pretty good. The last thing you want is somebody better than you, get a hold of their information, they talk to them nicer, better, they do a better job, and they fucking it. Right, so you need to make sure. It's totally ethical about it. There's nothing unethical about that. Okay? Just take a chance with it, it works.
Aaron, sorry, real fast, I was taking a ton of notes while you're mentioning everything just now. I just want to make sure I got everything because good, super good stuff. You mentioned when you're calling them back, even if they do have an agent, thank you, you made the time go a lot faster. Thanks for coming, that kind of thing. Did you say something like, did you speak to your agent about the property? How did you, what did you say exactly?
What I said was is that if they have any questions, their agent can reach out to me. Or, you know, did you mention the property to your agent? Oh, you just want to know if there's communication happening.
Got it, thank you.
Okay. But if they don't put an agent and they put yes, I say, oh, that's great. So what did you think about the property? Oh, what? Oh, I will, sorry, I didn't get your agent's name. What's your agent name? See if they make up. Make one up. Right, and that way you know. Remember, It used to be what it took 6 to 8 calls on follow-up to get someone. It takes at least 6 to 8, it used to, 6 to 8 call to call a expire, to get them converted. Now it's full. Full call. So another mistake that a lot of agents make when they do open houses is that they do the leads. They come Monday, they call them, nobody answered. The leads are thrown in the drawer. You just wasted your weekend. How many times are you gonna call them? How often, how many times are you gonna follow up with someone that came to an open house? They raise their hand, they say, I'm looking to buy a house. They went ahead and wrote all their information on the paper. Make sense? How many times should you call?
They go on every day until I got them on the phone. And then I would see where they're at, and then, like you said, put them at A, B, A plus, A, B, C. And then give them a campaign towards them based on that information that you got.
That's a very proper answer. My answer is not so proper. I usually say, after they tell me to go do something I don't want to do to myself. That's when I stop. Seriously. Okay. Yes.
How often do you like follow up?
If, let's say, I have a little bundle of leads for that weekend. Monday first thing in the morning. Okay. Call them. Send a text. If you leave a message, you say, oh, I left you a message. On the text, I left you a message. I said, this is Aaron, at the open house at, boom. And then I just copy and paste it. And just change the name on top, send it to everybody, okay? Later that day, if you have a chance, if you haven't gotten a hold of them, you should call them later that day. Now you don't leave a message to start. You still haven't gotten a hold of them, you call them whenever you get a chance. And how often are you supposed to lead generate?
Every day.
Every day.
Is that your lead?
Yep.
You lead generating?
Yep.
You keep calling. They're gonna know one of the things that's gonna happen. If you don't call them, you're gonna lose them. If you call them too much, there can only be two reactions. You lose them, or they admire your persistence, or they admire how hard you work, or they admire your code of ethics and how devoted you are to them. And guess what I tell them when they say, man, you don't give up. Well, I'm the same way when I'm trying to get information on how to do life. I go after that information. And I call until they pick up. I mean, you can always use what you do as a positive, even though they might be looking there like, pain, you know, this guy's a pain. But no, you just doing what you're supposed to do. You got their permission, and that's why I let them know. I let them know at the open house. That's after they give you the information. I let them know that I will be following up. And if I don't follow up, again, I'm lying, right? What, you have something?
What do you say when it finally ends?
But they finally answer, what do you say? You give them the silent treatment. No, you remind them where you're at. Okay. Remember, the goal is this, right? Of all the things that I told you, all the things that, you know, the welcoming, the tour, the smile, you being in a great place, all the stuff that you do, what that's gonna accomplish is this. Out of the 5, 4, 6 open houses they go to, guess which age are they gonna remember? Because of what you did, because of everything that you did. And on top of that, you told them you were gonna call them. So you tell them, hey, depending on your personality, okay, you say, this is Aaron Alcides, we met at the open house on Saturday. Oh, by the way, that's the property that was this, remember the guy that was wearing the blue jacket? I mean, to just try to refresh their memory. Okay, for them to go back. Okay, another thing is if you wrote the kid's name or if you wrote the dog's name, you bring up the dog. You say, how is, how are the kids? And how is Jody? How is, how's Lucky? Okay. You bring him back. So, I mean, you can be memorable for being that guy that was looking out the window that didn't pay attention to me, or you can be memorable because you went out of your way to be attentive and to be proper at the open house, and you show them and you give them information about the neighborhood, you give them information about the house. I mean, you were the person, right? And that's what you want them to remember. So you shouldn't be that hard to refresh their memory, because they're gonna know who you are. If you did everything I said, they're gonna know who you are. They usually go, hey, Eric. Because if you ask them, if anybody else called them from that weekend, I can guarantee you that not a lot of people followed up, even if they gave that information to other people. So besides you already having that, what was that, lasting impression, right? That you did a good impression with them, so they like you already. It's not gonna be that difficult to remind them who you are. Oh, I'm the guy that gave you the pen that was really nice. I'm the guys that you have with that little notepad that, that looks scared, whatever. Yes.
You said, okay, remind them that, you're gonna call them up to thank them for coming. And then when you do that, thanks for coming, besides how did you reflect it, or, all the things you were talking about. Does that necessarily imply permission to send them stuff on a drip campaign, or should you just?
No.
I mean, I would think you'd have to say, well, I'd like to send you some stuff,
Okay. What's your goal when you call this what's up, my owners, or when you call expires? What's your goal when you cold call? What's your goal when you do open house? What are you after?
A deal.
A deal, yeah, well.
A listing. Close the deal, a relationship.
Permission to help.
You're missing a very important step.
Relationship.
No. Okay, you have to get an appointment. You can make all the calls in the world, but if you don't ask for the appointment, if people don't meet with you, if people don't come to meet with you, or you don't get an appointment to go meet with them at the house, nothing's happening. You could be the best conversionalist. Yeah.
What question? So you said earlier that you had him like in birth view and putting the other code, the relationship is written in a dress code. So what is the dress code?
Well, I mean, to me, depending on where you're gonna be in the open house, like I said, if you're gonna wear a skirt, you can't wear a skirt, doesn't mean you're gonna be looking out, on stairs. If you're gonna wear a dress, then it needs to be proper. It can be, I mean, sometimes, well, you can see on social media a lot. Some of the clothers, some of the clothers. And, to me, I want my agents for them to be looked on the face. And so how much they show, because sometimes couples go with their husbands. You think the wife is gonna be like happy to work with her? Right, I mean, I'm not saying that they couldn't get it. What I'm saying is that you're putting yourself in a position of less of a task. So I'm not saying don't dress. Well, I mean, I guess I have to say it. I mean, you can't go sexy and showing too much, because that's just not, you're not setting a house. Exactly. Okay. I'm trying to be proper about how to say it. To me, I mean, I have interesting experience, okay, that young lady doesn't work here anymore for years. But I was in the parking lot going, I think I was going for an appointment. Okay, please, another thing, keep your cars clean. Because believe it or not, you still drag people around, once in a while it's gonna happen, not anymore, before we used to have people in the car all the time. Okay, what I'm saying is that people go, open the back door and they start going to. Shoes, curtains, I mean, all kinds of stuff, basketball, jackets, I mean, the dog blanket. Going on in the garage, okay? There's this couple that comes in. They walk out with the agent. The agent is wearing high heels, very short skirt. Opens the door of the car. I'm just literally backing up to get out of the parking place. She's backing up.
Hello.
Even the wife and the husband have to go like this. Behind her. Everything. That's not. Because she was trying to clean the car, reaching in. Yeah, well, what happened when you see those stairs on the townhomes in Redondo Beach? They're like this. If you give them the tour, like I say, give them the tour, you're gonna be in the front. Right? What do I see? They're walking up. Holding their dress, or holding the skirt. Or constantly doing this. Are you aware? I mean, I don't want to, like I said, I want to impose what I believe, but to me, okay, you use this to start real estate. And people are going to respect you for that. It's your knowledge, that you don't want to be taken lightly.
And what are your mail agents there?
Preferably a dress shirt, something like this is casual, very casual, but yet the jacket sort of dresses it up a little bit. If it's really, really hot, then just wear, not now, if it's like a property like right at the beach, a kind of, it's like a Tommy Bahamas, nice shirt, no shorts. Somebody that actually sells real estate shorts and sandals. Yeah. They should have gotten a pedicure, but but what I'm saying is, it's sometimes it's what they do, right? Look, what do we tell sellers when they're going to prepare their house for sale? Make it as vanilla as possible, right? Make it as likable for many people. Okay. If you dress a certain way, you're gonna attract a certain. But if you dress properly, you're most likely to attract more. And that's the point, right? Okay, so anyway. Any other questions? Yes.
Because it happens all the time, like nobody comes for an hour and then 3 people come together. Do you take them all together or take your time with each one, or how do you like?
Okay, then what I do is I do have them sign in. Okay, I give them their flag. Okay, and I said, I'll be right with you. You can go ahead and sign here. I'll be right with you. And I look, do they have an agent or they don't? Next, real quick, sign in. I'm gonna focus, if the purpose vacant, especially, I'm gonna focus on the ones that don't have agents. Because if they put that they have an agent, or if they put they have an agent with a name of an agent, I'm gonna treat them wonderful. I'm gonna give them the brochure, but my attention, and I'm gonna be touring with the person who doesn't have an agent. So you can select that.
So what if, let's say I'm going to open house for someone else, and you sit on your list, good flyers. So we just take the property photo of the army on fire while we're there.
Yes, and what you do a little verbiage on the flyer that says the leasing is courtesy of the whatever team or whatever it is. Yeah.
But we don't
What was it?
have to use their
Yeah. I mean, there's some teams that actually send you their own flyers, with their own logo and their own information. Sure, we're open house.
But even if we make our own site, we still have to put like. Rights.
If it's not always.
Yeah, you put it as well. So, courtesy of. Yeah, how many people do it? Probably not a lot. Yeah, I'm telling you about the legality. I'm telling you what the right thing to do is. Unfortunately, not a lot of people follow the rules. Today, yes.
You don't want someone to. That issue that.
Yeah. Right.
They can't.
I mean, but people can see the sign, right? When they walk in there, they see the sign, but it's not. you're signing, you're facing the sign, so.
Mhm.
Yeah, you don't wanna ever tell people, no, I'm a listing agent, I mean, no, and when they come and say, well, we wanna write an offer with the listing agent. I said, oh, great, well, get the information. And talk to the agent, and I'm gonna negotiate. Right? I'm bringing this, there's something that, everything is negotiable in life. I have sold houses with a dollar.
Oh, could you finish the thought you were going to say,
I must have seen it for. We don't want.
and you assume that you have commissions and,
Oh, yes,
and you said you're missing.
so this is what it is. Your goal at following now is that you want to bring them in. You want to get the appointment, that's what I was going to the appointment, right? So at the same time, you can tell them about your, would they like to receive all. Well, the way we do it is in one prayer. If I say, oh, by the way, I'm gonna add you to my newsletter, and just to keep you informed of what's going on in the market, I'm gonna send you bi-weekly updates. Good numbers. Then I add the quarterly call, that's 3, that's right there, 36 budget. There's, bi-weekly is 24, plus the newsletter. I mean, you can end up with more than 36 budgets. Right. So if you have their email, yeah, okay, but let them know that you're gonna be doing it, because they're less likely to unsubscribe. Yes.
So you kind of say more than ask. I'm going to,
Yeah.
like politely, but I'm going to add you to, my monthly newsletter and, just.
Yeah, like I have
my
a,
updates.
Or you can finish, are you okay with that, or is that okay with something like that, right?
Would you do that?
well,
or-
I make it sound so
Yeah.
exciting, and then so like
It's like it's not your choice.
so like with best friends now, so you get to have this.
Yeah.
And I don't get consistent. Right, but that is sort of like a skill set that you sort of have to develop in the moment you connect, in how you follow up. So by the time you're like, I mean, they're bombarded by your stuff. And that's how you become influential in what their realtor. Okay, because I mean, my phrase with people is, when do I do all of this? Because you're not just my client, you're gonna be my client for life. They get the life sentence right there and then. I'm their realtor. And when I call them, I usually tell them, I call them Fred, I call them your realtor. If you just create enough credibility to take the liberty. That's really coming out of that. Let me say it again. Build enough credibility to take the liberty. What does that mean? You've done enough for them. You've been enough for them. You've been in enough relationship with them to where it's almost mandatory, right? So and will you get resistance? Absolutely. Will somebody unsubscribe even after they say yes? Absolutely. But the more of those you get, and the ones that stick, right? The more you're gonna have. I didn't even know this was up, but that's what I was just talking about. Right? Provide value. Right? Capture information. Another thing, especially, I have used apps before to capture information. It's easy because you can actually read the writing.
Yeah.
But I find out that I get less accurate information. But if you're my experience, I can only speak for me, right? My experience is that I get less accurate information. Second, I have used the QR codes. When people come and scan it, okay, and they go on their phone and go, okay. I pull my phone. Oh, I don't see it. They try to pretend they did it, but they don't. But I say, oh, something might be wrong, I didn't get it. I say, it doesn't come easily.
uh,
And they're like, then they go and put just their name or something, you know. So for some reason, I do it old fashioned. Those by the way, those little books like that, with the about that much of those pages, they're about $45, $48. And there's a website on the bottom. I don't know if you took a picture of the little page. On the bottom is a website where you can order them, if you choose to do that. To me, it just for purposes of, like I said, creating value. But to me, that's a big thing. I make it obvious. Like I said, when I turn the page, for one, it gives me a chance to take a look at what I need to get. Because if I see the writing is really messy, I keep that in mind. When I'm exiting, I go back to it and I said, just to make sure, you know, just to make sure I have the right thing. Is this an S or, you know, clarify, because then when you start to put it on the computer, you're pulling your hair out because you can't read. Or the numbers. The numbers too. So this what I do is like, you know, I just want to make sure that I have the right. Is this a 6? Or is an 8? Well, you know, whatever. But not upside down 9. Don't be afraid to say that. Yeah, because sometimes people, you know, I mean, I can't read my writing. You should be a doctor. Let's see that. We cover that. Greet everybody comes into the door, engage in conversation, be positive. If you don't have anything positive to say about the house, and say anything. But the last thing you want to do is be negative. Now, if they point out that the house is a complete mess, and it's a complete mess, well, offer the solution. You know, it'd be incredible about a little bit of paint and some carving and do this room. Right? Instead of like, yeah, these people must be really messy. Yes, it doesn't go. Yeah. Come on. To get the appointment, by the way, do not be afraid to ask for the appointment at the open house. Often I get the appointment at the open house. And at times, I even get the appointment for later that day to show another property that I had on my list. So is it possible? Absolutely. So, you know, you just have to go. I mean, I used to work relentless with Patricia. Just, you have to be relentless. I mean, you can't be passive in this. Tastefully, right? Professional, but relentless. I like that word, by the way. It's, you just, I mean, ask. If you don't ask, you will not get a thing. But if you ask, there's a no, a maybe, or maybe a yes, but you get some. Ask and you shall receive, right? So ask for the appointment. I say, you know what? Are you going to be in the area like around 4:15, 4:30? Because this house right here, it sounds like what you're looking for, but it's not an open house today. But if you meet me, if you're going to be in the area, you meet me at 4:15, I'll leave here and meet you there and show you the house. I have had people select me as their agent because they're walking up the stairs and the 2-year-old that's coming with them. Friends, hugs me. Like, oh, I guess you selected a realtor. She sure did. But it happens. For some reason, kids and animals, like, are always very friendly to me. And they say that that's good, good energy, good karma, whatever. I suck it all in. I'm like, yeah, that's it. It's really important. I want to share something that I can tell you. Oh my God, already I'm inspiring. I'm so sorry, but I want to share one more thing, and then we go into the activities. Okay. Sorry, you getting there. So, oh, good. I'm going to show you how profitable an open house for me. There was an elderly agent here that decided to list her own house. Okay, in the process of moving out of the office here, went to another broker. The broker recommended that she should put $1,000 for the buyer on it instead of the 2.5%. The house sat for 2 weeks. And she called me, and goes, I don't know what to do, you know, I said, let me look at it. I said, you better be able to find that client, I mean, that buyer yourself, because nobody's gonna give up their $20,000 commission for $1,000. Right? And well, my broker told me to do that, well, he doesn't know what he's doing. I did, I mean, I'm very. But, I told her, I said, look, you need to go back, talk to the broker. First of all, at $1,000, you're the only one that can get that buyer. And now you have a serious problem. You're setting up yourself for a lawsuit. You're the agent, you're the owner, and you're the buyer's agent. How is that gonna go? So I went and I said, look, I convinced her to put 2%. And I said, allow me to do an open house. I went and did an open house. I got quite a few people. But at that open house, I met this couple that lived in Carson. I have one of the best reviews by them, by the way. And before I called them, they called me. That they wanted me to come and look at their property because they want to sell and buy. Sell in Carson, and they bought in Long Beach. Okay. She got an offer out of that open house from some other agent. I don't remember getting a thank you for it or anything. But out of that one couple, I went and listed their property. Same thing. The listing, I think at that time was 480, put it on the market for 448, got 15 offers on it. And there was this gentleman and his wife that came in. I couldn't get rid of it. They keep watching me. You know, then he started telling me they were Watson Martin. Terrence, he's the PR person for Watson Martin in Orange County. And he's just there. New people come, he should let me go and say, thank you, you go to the tour and they're back and they're with the wife at the kitchen and I come back and start talking to them, then they tell me Aston Martin, and we start talking about cars and stuff like that. Literally, we're there like this 45 minutes. And they keep watching me, just doing the thing. I didn't get a chance to call them either. Like around 5 p.m. they call me. And they say, hey, we really like you, we really want to do business with you. And after we left the open house, we went to see this house and we want to put an offer. Great. I said, I'm gonna go see it right now. You guys already saw it. I'm gonna get a phone, I'm gonna go see it, so I know what I'm, what I'm making an offer. Our offer didn't get accepted. Next week, they call me and say, by the way, we need to sell before we buy. But we have a situation where we want to consolidate our families. Dad live in one house, mom live in another, and the couple live in another house. Okay. Tuesday, I go to the valley. I take 3 listings from them. So I started with that open house. I did the open house in Carson where I met him. Put that property in escrow, sold $1 million in Long Beach to the other couple. Now I have 3 listings. And they buy a triplex in Holly Glen for $1.5. Okay. By there, we already up to almost 4.5 million. Okay. So out of that open house, the same open house in Carson that I met at the house that I volunteered that I didn't get thank you, met this other Japanese. He wanted to work with me. We hardly speak English was a challenge. So we always have to meet and speak very slowly. And I sold him a condominium in San Pedro. A year later, I sold his condominium and referred him to buy a property in Portland. Then they needed to move. He needed to sell his $2.2 million home in actual Portland. No, he bought it in Washington. He needed to sell his property in Portland. Referred to a friend of mine because Normal price in Portland is like 400, 500,000 in some areas. The house 2.2. I did the referral at 50%, but the only was going to do is sign the agreement. It was still way over his average price. The end of the story is that if I keep track, that one open house generated for me about $8 million. You know how much $8 million is in commission? $200,000. Okay, and they steal my clients. I had a referral. That one lady has given me $7.4 million. Family member. I have sold her house twice, not even with her. It was funny. I sold the house, and then 2 years later, she refers me down the street. The people that bought that house that I had listed with their own agent came to the open house and told me they liked what I had done when I sold them that house. I didn't sell it to them, I had it listed. That they wanted to list it with me. I mean, open houses are a gold mine. And that's what I'm living with. But you have to do them right. And to do them right, you have to practice. You have to have clarity. You have to know what you're talking about. And you have to have or develop that personality. And be able to capture people's attention and to be able to win their trust and be likable. Look, it's very simple. You go and say hi to people this way, how do you think they're going to respond? But if you walk to the door, like saying that they're coming here with a big smile, then they're going to do. Smile, they're weird. I mean, that's the beginning of it. Okay, I don't want to get too much into your activities. So, who's doing really well at doing their activities? That's not a good sign.
We're all doing it. This is one hand.
Okay.
It means define it really well.
Really well is go. Let me see. You have 10 contacts. Are you doing 10?
Doing it, yeah.
Are you doing the numbers, the minimum numbers required?
No, but I'm improving. Yes.
Training.
Yeah.
And by the way,
as possible.
by the way, don't get sensitive. It's, you're not the first group that nobody raises their hand. And remember what I told you about my ex, put it all out. Because I truly do hope the one or two of you will do something with it. Okay? And the way to start is by taking those calls. Let me tell you what it is, everybody thinks. There's a joke, you know how you freeze a real estate? Put a phone in front of me. So. It's so heavy, it's so heavy. I mean, that phone is so heavy. Start with the people that like you. And start with the people that will pick up and talk to you. Warm up if necessary. And then call somebody. Good idea. I mean, like I say, make sure you're in the right place, make sure you're in the right environment, make sure your mind is not preoccupied with junk. Focus on it. Do it. Gotta do it. The longer you take to improve, the longer it's gonna take for you to get that station. Yes, I heard a lot about it, what's the end result? A deal, yes, it is. You're not really a paycheck, because a deal can be a deal that can go sideways. No, I think that. So,
Well, Bobby was a good, he was a good little intro.
script.
Script for the phone calls and so. I called one yesterday and they didn't answer, so then I left a voicemail now, they're not all the text, I really have 2 minutes, I don't. I'm talking about the challenge, and they got on spam, like, did you say how you can do the challenge? Yeah. Chris and I are in real estate now, and I need like 10, I want to help 10 people this year. And then she said, oh, okay, well, let me think about it. She called me back this morning, she said, well, my nephew and my cousin, I was really interested, but I said, well, can I have information? So she's gonna reach out to them, and see if she can, if it's okay. It's okay.
The way to look at it is this. If you don't like the phone, you're not gonna like this business. Because no matter what you're doing, you're always gonna be on the phone. You're gonna be making appointments to go see property, you're gonna be negotiating with the other agent, you're gonna be talking to your client, you're gonna. But the part of the like is to get new clients. Or that calling, that one that makes us nervous. And you know why? We get nervous on making those calls. It's not prepared. We're afraid they're gonna ask us something that we don't know. But that's when you start talking to people that you know. Right? Because. Well, you want a little bit of conversation and then you're gonna be like, oh, by the way, hope you know that I'm in real estate now. Don't tell me about how you're doing. What? About that, how good real estate is, how great an investment is.
I throw his name to the others, everyone loves Chris. They power you, they love him.
See, that's great. You can use that. That is a contribution.
My family like, Mary, you're so nice.
Yeah. Anyway, please, if you have any old leads from open houses, go dig them out,
Dig them
clean
in,
them out, dust them,
dust them out.
dust them off. What about the system? If you don't get used to using a system from early on, trust me, when you have a pile like this, it's gonna be a lot harder to put them on. Okay, and please put them on at least one campaign. Okay, the cards, if you don't have good handwriting, have your kids write. Hey, just tell them. You increase their allowance, some, just get it done.
Oh, wow.
My 4-year-old started negotiating his allowance when he was 4. Well, $150 at 4 years old. Yeah. It's he's just graduated Davis with Dole major at 21 years old.
Wow.
And but he, from when he was a young boy, I had to always be on my toes with him. He was sharp as a very smart kid. 21, he's like 6'2". He's mine. My ex-father-in-law was 6'4". And so my wife was actually my height. And but yeah, he had a growth spurt 1 year of like 13 inches per month. He was like an old man. I literally helped him out of the house because he had so much growing pains. It was great. Anyway. Any more questions? So you can get started on your calls. I'm gonna run into my office real quick because I do have to get a couple of things out before 2 p.m. And I'll come back, okay?
I just wanted to, I want to take photos of the following slides. I feel like there's gonna be like some good, relatively good content. In
You know you have access to this entire thing on your computer.
the presentations.
Yeah.
The presentation.
Record it. How they could send it to you.
No, I don't, the YouTube.
Media, everything.
Where's she find that?
So this is just a recap of everything we covered.
Okay,
You can take a picture of that if you want.
okay.
Okay, so but yeah, through command, you can actually go to was it education, I think?
Through command or like KW?
KW Connect. Well,
Connect.
but you can connect to command. It's a little thing that you click on command. KW Connect,
No, that's all right.
and then you can find every single curriculum there.
Okay, I'll look it up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll be back.
Back. I did my own. Your name is on here.
Sorry, does somebody know in Connect where you can find the PDF? About it?
Yes. It's.
It's AW University.
Yeah, university.
I am there.
I've never used it for that.
And then I think it says at night.
Yeah, no, I'm like literally there. I'll find it.
Materials, learning.
Urgency. Oh, I found it.
Thank
Thank you, classmates. Incredible.
I went, all my open house and my phones and
And you can.
that was the.
And that was on this big property, Peter.
I'll get some properties, that one and another one up. Not simply, but
Family.
this new mountains.
Subway. Lake King.
You know, it's up way up for one blank on the area. It's not a natural park, but it's up there. You go up. But it's up there. But that's how I'm calling. I'm going blank. It's gonna make it the name. No, it's not.
Oh, it does.
Community has to.
In the name. There you go.
Stop.
Silver lake, there you go.
She said April.
Equal rights, silver lake.
And in that house, you can floor. You need to go out the main house and walk down some stairs, around the corner to the bottom. Actually separate units, so if I wouldn't want that by myself, it would be quite open. While
Exactly.
you're downstairs around the corner.
Okay. Right.
I mean, most built in houses, we found, you know. Single, be honest with you. And I have a black. 3/4 of the way to the second. I feel shaky. Myself.
Now, and for me, it's just, we're living in a new age where there's so much going on, so many types of different scams that you wouldn't even think of.
I mean, I haven't mentioned. She.
Yeah.
Here.
I might tell you a couple of weeks ago. And when I took an old friend, and he lived in LA, in the LA area, so I just.
That was good.
Helped me with the signs and the protected and, you know, he did his, his laptop. 4 or 5, maybe 5, 6, whatever. I think that was, we had 1 month, so just had 2. And that was my first one, so. I was happy that I'm getting out, you know, so.
Hornets property.
This one right there.
Yeah.
Has this one sold?
I don't.
Has some sold yet? Yeah, they both sold. They both sold.
I don't know. I thought that was the one up in, the one up in, the one up in, the police. I pronounced it. I was in a few days ago, and it's listed now to lease for like $6,000.
That one?
Yeah. I just came across it. That's how it's done.
People, I don't know. I don't know.
This one?
Well, I put this one in on the KW consumer, it never comes up. I have to go to CRMLS, but I can't find it on consumer.
No.
But, I mean,
I can't find it on my.
there's sicky.
Yeah,
Oh,
what's the script?
Yeah.
I'm teasing you, recall, I'm so mad.
oh. I was like legitimately gonna tell you.
You can tell me.
I'm good, unless you need it.
Oh, here it is. You have 2 minutes to help with the challenge this year. You have 2 minutes to help with the challenge. Right? I mean, it's new.
Yeah.
10 people.
But why don't you typically use families? It's more homey sounding.
Oh, what do you say?
Help 10 families.
Yeah.
Yeah. But just whatever you want to do, but
Fine.
that's what you said.
Right. So you have 2 minutes to help me with the challenge. I made it clear to help 10 families this year. Right?
Mhm.
Buy, sell, or invest in real estate. Who do you know that I can help? Or do you know anyone I can help?
Who do you know?
Who do you know?
Yeah, he was a stickler about that, and I was reluctant at first because I'm so non-direct of a person. I want to be like really respectful and stuff, but like I totally realized how quickly like that truly makes people think much more than do you know anyone, or if you hear of anybody, let me know, please, you know. Yeah, it actually works as well.
And then, if they say, well, I don't want to think about it, or you say, would you be a plan and I'll follow up with you, and I'll leave it,
Okay.
right?
Something like that.
And then he said, they say, I know someone great, but you be comfortable giving me your information, so I can reach out to them directly, that's one that I did.
Yeah,
But she said, yeah, so she hadn't gotten down to me, and then he said, well, wait, give them a couple of days or a week. And then call them back and say, hey, just following up, would you have a chance to reach out to them, get their information?
right.
And then I'm supposed to email my past clients and ask them to give me 3 words that describe myself.
Oh, yeah, I haven't done that.
Wednesday, 3 p.m. I'm gonna send an email.
What was
It's in my
that?
calendar,
Nice.
yeah.
Was that a slide?
No, it's conversation. And some people said today.
Say it again, what was it?
Tim is his mentee. We gotta say this, what do we do?
There was some new stuff that I learned as well, like that, yeah, the email
Yeah, the
people
email.
for 3 words to describe you, I'm like. I'm so hesitant with some of Bob's things. He's awesome, but he and I are very different. About
I don't
relationships.
want you to know, Martin.
Okay.
You just put it on your Yelp page, you say, or on its website, you know.
Yeah, yeah,
Testimonials, and put the person's name and
totally,
reading what they said about it. That's not,
right.
Can you take a picture of that?
you will not be able to read this.
I-
Yeah, did you present yesterday?
Type what out,
The script.
I wasn't here.
Oh.
Who did that, Carlos?
Who typed it up? No, not Carlos, Bob. You cannot read this.
Here, try it.
He's not gonna read it, I don't know how it's.
Okay.
And why would I, he's not gonna read it.
You already know, so let me see, take a picture and then let me see. Let me just.
You can have 2 minutes. Helping with the challenge, 2 minutes to help with this challenge. This is the phone.
I don't think we could trust them.
Long conversations that you start right here, because you start right engaged with lots of kids and
Cases that you have time to help you with the challenge.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Do you have 2 minutes to help with the challenge? And then
You say I. I think that's missing.
you say, I made a challenge to help.
I made a commitment.
See, and that's me, okay, I made a commitment to help.
So whatever you have on your 411, I mean, on your 135, that's gonna be put in there. I mean, every now homes that you're gonna sell, would you know, oh, so it's all.
It's all,
Yeah. School,
this month, it just go
one, just.
1.1999, so it's gone.
Yeah. 1375.
Not a huge.
Going down.
Next to the school and it's not.
And they're the business thing.
That is a main highway, actually.
Is it-
Even though it's a little from Western, you can get from Western to. Sepulveda, that's pretty possible. Yeah, because if you keep going there, it goes like this. Once you hit Crenshaw. Moves around, they get next to town. Well, and actually, even those as it's turns into really make those starts. Yeah. That's really.
What the hell?
It's like, if you, because I grew up in the city, so. Literally like the cut through from, if you do not want to get a train. You go that way. Yeah. You would go to 2/3 bit.
I don't want to sit.
I see what you're saying, it's you're making yourself as a vessel or tool to help. So you want that 10 families, you wanna help this.
It's my 135 that you can sell.
Who wants to help? It is 12.
It's 12.
I'm sorry, do we bring that every week?
I think it's used once a month.
Okay.
The 135 and 411.
All right.
Well, the 135 is just, oh, you did monthly?
I think so.
So on the 411, I went online and watched that. I did the presentation. I did really good. But I have no, that was really good.
Is that the thing that Fred sent us?
But not the 135, the 411 trail. And he said there's 5 things that you guide the 4 Ds or the 5 Ds. Don't carry too much, don't deliver. That's why I was talking about the buffering down there, that's the other buffer day where you don't.
You do.
Don't just,
So I need to come in an hour early or stay an hour later.
don't, just focus on the work and don't be distracted. And when come off, be later.
We do.
There's another way I can do it.
I don't think
But I might go, because we do, broke this out.
not hold on.
It is called, that's all right.
You can stay focused, all right? There's nowhere on my property, my little video corner lot that I can focus. It's just,
Yes.
yeah, so I have to change my mindset. So I did come here in the morning, you at 9 o'clock, 9:10. I said that, I was there at 9 o'clock. I got confused on yesterday.
Everyone.
You too.
No, two,
It's on your account. You too.
you two are at home.
Oh, yeah, we did say that. But I did tell you that I had funerals. Okay, okay.
And you said maybe doing the actors, maybe, I'm just a morning person. Yeah. But by the time the class over, I'm exhausted. And we have the guy exhausted because I train outside. It's just. I've been in retirement.
HR is brilliant. I'm good. Listen, we got a couple of minutes to help me with the challenges. Help me with the challenges. Listen, I committed that I'm gonna employment families this year. Who are interested in buying, selling, or investing in real estate. Who do you know and help this? Right. Right, okay. But your brother still live over there next to you, not your brother-in-law, yeah. Okay. Oh. Wow. Oh. Think about what I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking. I think that's about not leaving the house, because when I remember the kids. Charlie, this is good. Oh.
Pretty sure that is.
Double check.
Right, okay, do you have it in the truck?
From my mention, like far after that.
Okay.
But-
Okay.
That's the code.
but-
Oh, okay, well, you know, let them know if they need any assistance or the information, resources out. You know, I do all that.
For that,
Yeah.
and letting them know.
No, it's great.
Okay, all right.
Right. Yeah.
I'll find it.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Oh, I appreciate that, Charlie. I appreciate that. Okay, definitely. All righty then. Well, hey. By all means. Feel free to reach that number. By all means, yeah, okay. I appreciate it. Listen, you take care, okay? Okay, bye-bye.
Like one in your office, you have it in your office, right? No, I never do yet. Right, and how much are they? So look at it, so look at it, I mean, so you're 25 years old and they're paying more than $5,000 a month. At the end of the year, they're out of what, all 60K, right? Now, if they put that $5,000 on the mortgage and put up more into interest, they would have a reduction on their tax returns. They're gonna pay taxes on whatever their income is minus 6K. So if we're $100,000, they're gonna pay tax on $40,000, they're saving their need to pay their mortgage, improvements, or that's a million savings account. So just because they're young doesn't include their money property. So that's how it's working. Think about it. I think about. Yeah. So think about it, your brother, maybe. He is drunk and maybe your parents want a vacation home. Alright, you and Jimmy. Okay, right. Thanks, bye.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Bernice, you made that sound so pretty sure.
Oh, no, I'm off now.
You make that sound so
Yeah.
try.
I like that, that he gave us, huh, that just makes it so.
That makes it so much
Cause
easier.
I'm one of those people that like to do a lot of talking, so a lot of times it's not. Okay. But being able to say 2 minutes, you got.
Yeah.
On and on. That I told you, 2 minutes.
Yeah. On and on. Did she give you some names?
No, this was, actually, this used to be a person that I worked with in my other business, and so she told me, when I had talked to her a couple of weeks ago. And she told me, she said, you know, Bruce, I thought I had somebody for you, but once I talked to them, then they said, no, they don't want to the property on and they don't want, so she said, that's why I didn't call you back. 'Cause they wouldn't do anything. She said, but I tell you what I will do, if anybody else come up, because I used to be her insurance agent for her family, and I did for my husband. She said, I will definitely call you, hey, I appreciate that.
That's right. That's right. That was perfect.
Yeah. So I found that it's helping me, then, so when I get home, I can get my list together and just go and do that 2 minute thing. And this weekend, get my database together.
Me too. I will work on that database.
And get those things on.
One, get it done.
There you go. The whole weekend. No TV, I don't turn the TV on, I put my phone on silent.
So music on.
Even if it's just, 90-minute segments, you know what I mean, that's the way you can do something else.
See, you gotta get that app that, Carlos was talking about, that you can use to put your, all the contacts and then your phone, put them in, and then put them in to come in here. Did you get the name of
Oh,
it?
it's, I did that. I did that.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
What was it?
And I found it online.
Okay.
If you go to one of the, I wrote it down.
Was it an FL something?
You got here, David.
Was it 2X something?
Bam, True Excel.
Yeah, yeah.
And so you go on that, and what do? Cause you've done those.
So you go to the, what, you go to.
Let me see. I put it in.
You go to the
Go to
website.
the website, and it's gonna tell you step by step what to do.
Oh, you will tell you, okay.
And then it's something with your cell phone, and then you, send it to the email or something, and then they'll contacts, open an Excel file.
I'm gonna do that.
And then you take the Excel file, and I just uploaded Excel file and command, and I should not have done that.
Right.
I should just started like maybe 20 at a time and just put all the information into Excel.
Yeah.
And then upload it,
And then
so now I'm going back and.
Yeah.
And
That's what I
I'm
felt.
trying.
Before I put it into the thing. You know, I saw how command ask you, you know, how healthy, that you got this
Yeah.
going on. I wanna get all that, right, until you go and you go in your long process. Okay, well, thanks so much, I'm gonna look that up this evening. And so I have to do this the time I get home, otherwise I'm gonna get.
That's fine. So then I'm saying, I, had a girl was doing, we had 2 minutes to help me with this challenge. And then so, yeah, I was like, sure. Yeah, so what I've done is I committed myself to help make sure the band this year. see. Oh, yes, okay. Okay. I'm gonna have to. No. Gonna have to shoot, then I. Then, then. Okay, that's a point real estate, that's the people that, yeah, who do you know that? Who you know that I can help, who you like to help, right? Who I can know that I can help now, yeah, that I can help. Now, that's important too, huh?
How am I sleeping right now? I'm gonna park my bag first.
Cause I was my niece lived out home with her husband up north. Oh, really? That's supposed to be open too, right? Or is it two now? There is a couple of minutes to it. Cold looking. Young lady in the front, help me say, what's your name again? Skylar. Skylar, I'm so proud of you. Are you excited? Now, how did you get your, you've been doing open houses quite a bit, huh?
Yeah,
Okay, and how do you get your open houses from our website?
no, I just go on the MLS and I just contact a bunch of people, not necessarily with Keller Williams.
Okay,
Some companies can't work with like other companies, but some can, so
do you pick a certain area that you're, okay,
yeah.
and you've been doing good on that?
Yes.
That's good. Good for you. Congratulations. Keep it there.
Okay, how do you like your birthday? No, if I have my listing is family, so, yeah, but, I have gotten the
Needs.
What about the buyer? Is it the buyer that might be working with you? Is that from, I don't know.
It's, no, it's a listing. The listing that I have.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
Like,
Which is they're gonna sell. Then buy? Oh,
Yeah, he's still.
man, nice.
Feelings.
Yes. Everybody.
Hey, you do.
Yes, ma'am.
You touch space with Tim.
I'm doing it right now. I just saw
I
her on
and she's in the building. She is in the building. Okay. They're cold and yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we made our calls. I mean, plans on this thing. I think you. In real estate. Buy, sell, or invest in real estate. Who do you know that I can help now? And that's it. Okay. And it's Friday too.
Sorry. They're pushing out a double tree and our for free. Our so for 60 years.
Okay.
Even in person, well, I'll go. All the, you graduate right? So all the graduates, so it's like the high school or 60th year.
Really?
And so all classes are going. We gave them on March, I believe.
I'm gonna post it.
business girl.
That's what I'm talking about, and that's the thing, that's the one thing, get it out here, you know, yeah, social work, maybe working with them. Girl, my mind, so I shut down for COVID. I shut down for COVID and trying to make a comeback. Trying to come back outside and play. Just, oh, I got a meeting with him. I'm next.
No, you can't. You don't have. The issue have with Fred, that's it in my. Your plan to. Okay.
Man, I can make a couple of calls and start one on the first. That's what I did.
I'm saying, I don't realize. Alright, now I'm gonna find my leads and put them on the computer and put them on a campaign. A smart.
Okay.
That's what I wanted to do.
Okay, pretty ladies, have a good weekend. Welcome.
Hi, Suzanne.
What was the student?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. At least today. Yeah. Yeah. That's not a reason. Yes. How long does it take you?
I was told to read out from Medi-Cal. He said the release of it for the last few months. My name is Treasure. Yes, she knows that it is that. I have the bill number, it's counting. Yeah. I guess it's a remote camera, I'm receiving the account. The starting of tax and then the folders. That you have to read out so many times. Yeah. Mhm. And plan. Okay, so you might have to go based on the days together. No other exceptions? Yeah, sounds good, but you know, I don't know if you're gonna be always something you guys, if I could, you know, I was gonna see what can be done. Also, do you guys have any program? I'm not familiar with the name of them now, but I know they're medical bill assistance program. No worries, no worries.
No worries, yes. Oh, anyway, just in general. And so, you guys, monthly is still, monthly, of course, will do. So what day did I call last time? I'm gonna try to go ahead and I'm actually have my calendar out as we speak. Okay. Yeah, and what's the minimum that I can pay? I'm gonna get at least $40 in euros. But I just know, wanna know if I'm able to do 65, so I can be consistent. Go ahead. Okay, so. You just let me know what is the minimum that I can do for standalone. 1 year, okay, sounds good, and. Okay, do you guys ever reach out? And initiate contact? Yeah, if the month's coming up and I just happen to have a call, feel free. Yeah, my permission.
If they are.
Outside. I thought you were gonna ask what date did I decide. I was gonna go ahead and do the 31st. I wrote it down. Yes, Tuesday, 31st. I'm just having it by the end of each month. Okay, so yes. See how my word, how it sounds. Yes. And the address is the same also, I have been receiving the bill. Every now and then I have this, received a bill. Every week, once again, I guess you guys all send them out. Okay, yeah, you got me. All right, so thanks so much, and we'll talk by the end of the month. Okay. Yeah, that's something. Yeah, well, here's nothing. Okay, all right, you too, enjoy your weekend. Okay, bye-bye.
I know there's like another one. I think there's any other. Yeah.
I walked out again. Right here.
Okay, yes.
This holidays are. For a little while.
Yes, I know.
Come on, man. Big flags. Yeah, really go poke this guy. Great flag. Sounds like what you're back. Yeah.
Okay, 150. Really have two bedrooms, totally needs some three homes. Okay, is it okay if I call that money in the moment? Okay. Thank you so much, and so much for calling about that. I thought this was going to come up in the meeting. But no, okay, well, thanks so much and have a great weekend. Yeah, yes, I'm still just very proud of you. I like you. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Yeah. Excellent. Loves that.
How you doing?
Sorry.
I'm just happy to now be here and
Do your thing or do you have some? Okay.
for you, so yeah.
Let me cancel out this Zoom. It still looks like it's going.